F-15E. They Navy SEALs, I've heard, and Army Rangers and Green Beret and so forth were looking for the pilot and found the pilot and brought him back. Now, the F-15E was brought down by man pads, basically shoulder-fired weapon. So they, look, they're heat seeker missiles. I think they come from Russia. I'm not sure, but I think we're going to find out. So they brought down a Warthog A-10, who was probably firing upon the people with the man pads, and he got hit, and so he went out to sea. I don't know if he ditched his aircraft at sea, stud dog, but he ejected, and they got him in the water. So he was able to get out to the Straits of Hormuz, but the weapons officer, the rear seater in the F-15E, is still missing. So this is something that we've seen before in the past. There was a Navy SEAL that actually got a Medal of Honor for going in, and Lieutenant Tom Norton, who dressed up as a Vietnamese fisherman. So he had the sampan hat on, and he had the big hat, and then he had a sampan, which is basically a little wooden boat that they had to fish. So he went in and got the pilot, the down pilot. There were two of them. He was part of getting one of those pilots, and then he went back on his own by himself and got the other pilot. Crazy story. I'm going to play it here in a second. And then he was rescued. Tom Thornton was rescued, Mike Norris, and then Mike Thornton rescued him in another mission where they were both in a combat for several hours, whatever. And Tom Norris was injured. Everybody thought tore up part of his skull. Mike, as he's running to go rescue him, he's killing the enemy and puts him on his back. He carries him out because they're going to go out to sea and get picked up at sea. So they're under fire. And there was a cruiser offshore that gave them supporting fire because the destroyer that was offshore had been hit, so he couldn't help them. So that's why we're there for a couple hours, fighting the enemy. So this cruiser, which is bigger than a destroyer, but just below a battleship, shells out, and it threw Mike Thornton up into the air. Right, so we recovered from that, and then got Tom Norris and inflated his life jacket, and another injured South Vietnamese soldier, and towed both of them out to sea. And the destroyer that finally came in, so they were not really doing anything, so they were just off the coast. So he took Tom Norris's AK-47 and fired it in the air. They heard it, and they came and rescued them. So crazy story. I'm gonna bring both those up. There's a little bit of documentary on that. But what we're seeing right now is, I think, the lead up to boots on the ground. And I'll talk about if we look at past history, where we went in and liberated Kuwait, it only took us 100 days of ground operations to liberate Kuwait from the Iraqis. And then it was only 26 days, I believe, for us to take all of Iraq, right? And this, of course, is after lots of aircraft bombings and so forth. So this ground operation, I believe, when it does come, will be fairly over soon, right? So if we just look at history, maybe we'll, because none of NATO is helping us, maybe we'll just take all the bases that are in NATO and transfer all those guys to Saudi Arabia or something, and then just using them to go in and kick ass, and then just go home and deoccupy those NATO bases, because I think that's what's going to happen anyway at some point. But that's my thoughts on that. But let's look at one of these heroes from the past, and who knows, maybe we'll see another Medal of Honor by a Navy SEAL or whoever, whatever group picks this up is great for me. All right, so let's watch the first one.
Served 2 tours of duty in Vietnam with distinction. On his first tour from February to August 1970, he served with SEAL Team 2's 5th Platoon, earning a Bronze Star Medal with Combat V for actions during that period. But his most famous actions took place on his second tour in 1972, when he was assigned as a SEAL advisor attached to the U.S. Military Assistance Command in Da Nang. At that time, North Vietnamese forces launched a massive offensive. Air rescue missions had failed to recover downed aircrew, leading to further losses. U.S. aircraft and crews were being lost attempting rescues. By 1972, the Vietnam War had entered a brutal phase, the North Vietnamese Easter Offensive. U.S. aircraft losses increased. Search and rescue missions became some of the most dangerous operations of the war. Between April 10 to 13, 1972, Quang Tri Province, South Vietnam, Lieutenant Norris was serving as a SEAL advisor assigned to elements of the U.S. Military Assistance Command and operating as part of Naval Special Warfare advisory efforts under the U.S. Navy. 2 American airmen were down behind heavy enemy lines. Air rescue attempts failed. Aircraft were shot down. Men were killed trying to reach them, so Norris led a ground rescue. This rescue operation became one of the most daring ground rescue operations of the entire Vietnam War, recovering 2 downed American aviators.
Now, one of these aviators that Norris would go in and rescue had somehow he was able to go, fly. I guess he, somebody gave him a good deal or whatever. He wanted to get some combat action. Who knows why? But he he knew nuclear codes, and they just really, really, really wanted to get him. So that's one of the reasons why Norris got the Medal of Honor.
Deep inside enemy territory, he led a 5-man patrol deep through heavily controlled enemy territory, located 1 downed pilot and brought him back alive, returned again despite heavy mortar and rocket attacks, finally disguised himself as a fisherman, used a small sampan boat to infiltrate enemy waterways, located and extracted the 2nd injured pilot, evaded patrols and heavy machine gun fire during extraction. For this, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. This was one of the most dangerous combat search and rescue operations of the war. Earlier rescue attempts had already cost aircraft and lives. Norris succeeded using stealth, deception, and patience, not overwhelming firepower. According to his official Medal of Honor citation, on the night of April 10th, Norris led a 5-man patrol through 2,000 meters of heavily controlled enemy territory to locate 1 downed pilot at daybreak. After a devastating mortar attack on the initial base of operations, he led repeated rescue attempts. On April 12th, a forward air controller located the 2nd pilot. Norris, disguised as fisherman and using a small sampan, traveled throughout the night, found the injured pilot at dawn, and guided him back to friendly lines under heavy fire.
So he put him in the sampan and covered him up with reeds. So that's how he got him back. Pretty substantial, history with the Navy SEAL teams, obviously. So will we see something like that again? War always has heroes, so it remains to be seen. Now, the other one I want to talk about is Michael Thornton, and I remember sitting down with Michael Thornton with a couple of other SEALs when I was still in the SEAL team. Later in his career, he became an officer. He was enlisted and then eventually became an officer. So we sat down with him. He told us details about the rescue, and it was like, wow. So he definitely deserved the Medal of Honor. So pretty cool stories. Let's listen to a little bit of this. Now, this is the first and I think maybe only time that a Medal of Honor recipient got it for also rescuing a Medal of Honor winner. So very, very interesting story with these guys.
During a covert mission in enemy territory, one Navy SEAL made a decision that could cost him everything or save a life. On October 31st, 1972 in Vietnam, U.S. Navy SEAL Michael Thornton, then a petty officer.
So he's got a stoner machine gun. I would carry the, it's a big guy, you know. So I carried the M60 7.62, big rounds.
Served as an assistant advisor alongside Lieutenant Thomas Norris, the senior advisor to a three-man Vietnamese patrol. Together, they accompanied that patrol on a high-risk intelligence gathering and prisoner capture mission, targeting an enemy-held naval river base. Inserted by a rubber boat from a Vietnamese Navy junk, the patrol reached shore and advanced on foot toward the objective. Without warning, they were met by heavy fire from a numerically superior enemy force. During a 4-hour firefight, the team called for naval gunfire support from a destroyer, but it had been hit by North Vietnamese shore batteries and couldn't fire.
So imagine for 4 hours with small arms fighting the enemy, right? So he told me about this, a lot of them.
Nonetheless, the five-man team fought back, inflicting significant enemy casualties before withdrawing towards the waterline to avoid encirclement. During the withdrawal, Lieutenant Norris was covering their movement when he was struck by enemy fire who had seen him fall.
Now, you'll see when you probably noticed Lieutenant Norris, his ocular side of his head was basically shattered, and I guess his brain, they could actually see his brain, and they thought it was dead. North Vietnamese, so they left him, not wanting to risk, dragging him out, but listen to what happened.
Learning this, Petty Officer Thornton turned back alone, moving through intense gunfire to reach the lieutenant's last known location. Were about to overrun the position, then lifted Lieutenant Norris, who was unconscious and critically injured, and carried him on his back to the water's edge. As he raced towards the beach, a shell from the cruiser USS Newport News struck to cover their withdrawal. But with the enemy so close, the concussion sent Petty Officer Thornton into the air. After recovering, he picked up Lieutenant Norris and made it to the water's edge. There he inflated Lieutenant Norris's life jacket and entered the water. Petty Officer Thornton also grabbed one of his team members who was hit and couldn't swim and pulled the two men out to sea with him. For about 2 hours under constant threat, he treated Lieutenant Norris's wounds as they awaited their pickup. By now, both Navy SEALs were believed to have been killed, so if it wasn't for Petty Officer Thornton firing Lieutenant Norris's AK-47 into the air, they may have never been found. Upon reaching the Newport News, Petty Officer Thornton carried Lieutenant Norris into the operating room, where he wasn't expected to survive. But thanks to Petty Officer Thornton's selfless valor, Lieutenant Norris would recover. For his actions in saving Lieutenant Norris, Petty Officer Michael Thornton was awarded the Medal of Honor. Lieutenant Norris was awarded the Medal of Honor for a rescue mission a few months prior, which made Michael Thornton the only person awarded the Medal of Honor for rescuing another Medal of Honor recipient. Michael Thornton would continue his service in the Navy until 1992, when he retired as a lieutenant. Both men are among the 61 living Medal of Honor recipients.
Pretty cool. So that statue you saw there was a statue that was dedicated to them. And I'm not sure exactly where that's at. I think it might be a Navy SEAL Memorial Park in Little Creek. So they had just started building that when I was leaving the SEAL teams. So I think they have that there. Now, what's interesting is Tommy R. Norris, retired U.S. Navy SEAL Medal of Honor recipient, known for his 1972 rescue of downed American pilots in Vietnam. As of 2026, he is actively involved in Arkansas Republican politics, running for Secretary of State as a far-right outsider supported by allies of Donald Trump. How about that? Still serving. All right. So, wow, it's pretty impressive. Now, let's look at how quickly this war, which I've said for quite some time, this ground war, boots on the ground, how potentially quick it could take place, taking all of Iran. So the first Gulf War, they did 38 days of air operations. And then they launched a ground offensive, which lasted only 100 hours. Right. So in less than 5 days, they basically completely destroyed Iraq's or Iran's, no, Iraq's. So I get them both confused sometimes. Iraq's army that had basically occupied Kuwait, and they were in the desert, and they basically destroyed them very, very quickly. So Desert Storm also marked a defining moment for Special Operations Forces, Army Special Forces, Navy SEALs, Air Force Special Operations Aviators, and Special Mission Units conducted deep reconnaissance way behind enemy's lines, which I believe is probably ongoing right now. So going in and rescuing the pilot, obviously, deep inside enemy lines, and then recovering the pilot and coming back. So pretty impressive. So they did Scud hunting missions. So that was the big missile that Saddam was shooting into Israel at the time, causing lots of damage. There was no defense against it at the time, so it was pretty dramatic to go in, and these guys were going in and finding them, situated on the ground and destroying them. Pretty crazy. And calling in fire. So combat search and rescue, like we just saw yesterday, and hopefully we'll see another one soon. And other strategic operations that shaped the battlefield before and during the ground assault. Right. So special operators, like I've been saying, are probably already on the ground, have probably along the coastline, taking care of stuff. That's my guess. So then in 2003, the second invasion, this was the actual invasion of Iraq. So of course they, obliterated everything by air power like they're doing right now. So there was a period of time where they're doing the bombing, and then they launched the ground assault, and it took them 26 days for major combat operations. So some of those were, and this was during a time frame where the world didn't want to see it happen. Canada, France, Germany, New Zealand, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan called the invasion illegal, and so it wasn't well received around the world. 3 million people rallied in Rome against it, which was the largest anti-war rally in history. But we went in and kicked their ass anyway. So, the invasion began with an airstrike, and of course, and then the deep state got involved, guys. The deep state is not involved in this war. Now, I think I say that with a caveat that doesn't mean they're completely gone, and they're not having an influence. So ultimately, they're not going to win and control this war. Now, we've seen Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has fired top Army generals. Why do you think that is? All right. Because they were probably deep staters that were resisting the ground war. Because I think the world, the baddies, basically want this to extend. They were going to do this on some level. Trump came in and did Operation Warp Speed, really took them off their plan, and in the long run, basically foiled it. Right, so they were going to completely control us, and if Hillary had gotten in there, there wouldn't have been no stopping. We would be devastated. The human race would be probably down to 500 million now, like they had on the Georgia Guidestones, and we'd be complete slaves to them. So we have managed to stop them, and I think we're managing to stop them again, because they were going to do, and they're planning, and they're already doing, like I talked about in a video yesterday morning. They're already moving towards another lockdown of humanity, and probably. So this is what I think. This is one of the reasons why President Trump came in like he did, and like he's going to do, I believe, to basically completely eliminate Iran, the military of Iran, because it's a deep state military, and free the people, the good people of Iran. And once that's done, there will be no reason for us to be in the Middle East with all these bases, and there will be no reason for us to have our bases in NATO. See how this works? This works really good, right? So there's a lot of people crying over spilled milk, but this is not spilled milk. This is a very concerted and very thought out and strategic operation, in my opinion, right? Because I've seen a lot of these over time, and as you guys know, I've called them out very early on. So the invasion began with an airstrike on the presidential palace in Baghdad on 20 March. The following day, coalition forces launched an incursion into Basra, which is right along the border. And special forces launched amphibious assault from the Persian Gulf to secure Basra and the surrounding petroleum fields. And some of that was SEAL Team 6 guys, and there's a big story behind that, but I don't have time for that. And then one of the major southern areas was occupied during the Battle of Nasiriyah on 23 March. So just 3 days later, they had captured a major southern strong point. Now the 173rd Airborne Brigade was airdropped near the northern city of Kirkuk. I've spent a lot of time up there, where they joined with the Kurdish rebels. So I've worked with the Kurdish quite a bit. Very, very good fighters. They resisted Saddam Hussein for a long time, and George H.W. Bush basically let them out to dry because they were given the idea, the thought, and the assurance from that first Bush administration that he would support them. So they started attacking from the north Saddam Hussein's forces, and he didn't support them. And they got, you might remember where Saddam used chemical weapons on them. And that was one of the reasons why we went into to take down Iraq, because of weapons of mass destruction. And those weapons of mass destruction went over to Syria, right? So, and I know that because I was part of the program to hunt them. And then, once they went across the border, there was nothing we could do. We pointed it out, or I've pointed out over time. So anyway, so basically they came from the south, from the north. I remember when I went to Iraq in 2003, and I was down in, it was 2003, and I was down in the Diwania, which is the southern area. The people there in Diwania, they talked about the Marines that had come through. And I remember talking to this older gentleman, and he couldn't really speak much in English, but he said, Marines, and he goes, thumbs up. And then he goes, Spanish, and he spit. So the Spanish were there. He did. No one liked the Spanish, myself included. And as we see, the Spanish are basically backstabbing us, not letting us use our military bases in Spain. So again, I think that we should just pull out of NATO and pull our bases out of there. All right, so it wasn't long before the Battle of Baghdad. It was 6 days, and it was over. Everything was over, right? So this is how quickly it could happen in Iran, right? So we've already proven. And does Iran have an air force? No. Do they have air defenses? Pretty much gone. But they have these little man pads that they were able to use because they were probably watching the air traffic, and they knew where they were going to come bomb, and then they were set up in the hills, and boop, and one of them, came in and got that. All right, so thanks for the super chat, Carol. All right, so that's one of the things that we're going to see potentially a few more of these, but now that we know that they do that, we'll probably be a little bit more cognizant of, flying around the hills, and keeping our own air defenses, because they have lots of ways they can, even man pads. They can, send out flares and all kind of crazy stuff. I don't know if they did that. Probably not the A-10, but maybe. I don't know. So maybe it was a type of air man pad that really is advanced, that can penetrate past the flares. Does it get sidetracked or something? I don't know. So we'll figure it out, just like they figured out, how to get lucky and take out a couple of aircraft. So this is the way wars are. You can never, ever know exactly the way things are going to turn out. I've been in combat well over half my life, and I can tell you, you have to go in with a completely open mind and just go with the flow. All right. You have a plan, but that plan, I can tell you, I've been on so many combat missions, and never once did did those plans go exactly as we briefed them. Never, right? So, and that's the way everyone that's out in combat has to think. They have to be very, very spry on their toes and ready to react, but have what I call the intuitive awareness, where you have wide angle vision, where I can see. Can you guys like put your hands beside your head and look forward and still see? Can you see that? Can you see that? All right, so that's wide angle vision. So wide angle vision activates your alpha brainwave states, and when you control your breathing, like a lot of pilots know how to do, and a lot of martial artists know how to do, you do very slow belly breathes. You don't do high in the chest rapid breathing, because it makes you get the tunnel vision, so you're not seeing the peripheral vision, and there's cones and rods in your eyes, so you want to activate the rods, which basically, I think the cones, the rods, I can't remember which one. I haven't taught this in a while, so I have to go back and look at my notes. But anyway, you're activating, I think, the rods, which are on the side of your eyes. The cones, you have mostly cones, that cones in your eyes, yeah. So that that focus light and so forth, and the rods on the sides of your eyes, when those are usually they're activated at night, but you can't activate them during the day by doing the wide angle vision. I live my life in wide angle vision. Right, I never am focused, center focused. I'm always wide angle vision now. So I learned that very early on. So it activates, that also activates your alpha brainwave state, which is the creative, intuitive side of your consciousness, so that when you get those things that happen in your life that are not normal and not anticipated or not planned, you're able to just work through it and not get all upset and not get all pissy, like I see a lot of people do, even rarely combat vets, because they know how to like just stay calm, because they've learned. You get all the guys over time that I saw that were like that, with the anger, and they couldn't focus when shit hit the fan. It's sad, because it's easy to learn this, but if you're not taught correctly, even SEALs, a lot of them didn't know it until I started the hand-to-hand program. So there, all these guys are like, that I had to overcome the hard-headedness and the alpha male and the analytical, focused, and can't work outside their little box. I I taught so many guys how to go into this wide angle vision, tap into their intuition, and those guys just went on to do, like I did, unbelievably amazing things. So all of you can do that as well. Right. So this is the way of war. The guys that survive war are usually the guys that tap that aspect. Right. So we're going to see this get tapped by a lot of people, and probably already being tapped. Right. Some have learned it, not all of them. When I was around combat, in initial stages, and I started hearing rounds being fired around me in combat. I got down low, and I remember this one Marine he was a Vietnam vet. I was working with him when I was SEAL Team 6. I was doing some other stuff, and he was just standing there. He was like shaking his head, and I was like, "Oh, I feel embarrassed." So I got back up, and oh yeah, you could. It's way above our heads, cracking way above our heads. So eventually, I would get to the point where I could hear, and this happened when I was in Diwania in Iraq. So I could tell they dropped the mortar in the mortar tube, and when it popped, I knew if it was going to be close or not. That's that's crazy. How did I get to that point? Right? The way I got to that point was being all calm and cool in combat situations. I remember watching RPG coming at us from a distance, and I was watching it, and I was like, "It's not going to hit us." And I did. How could I know it was not going to hit us? Coming right at us. It came in. It got stuck in a barbed wire fence and and stayed there. I was like, wow, that was pretty cool. I picked that up and knew that. I just completely trusted. And that's the way I was. Of course, there were times where I had hightailed it out of an area because it was hot. Uh, I would, I've been chased by people in armor cars, and shot at and all kind of crazy stuff. But I was always able to, get away from them. So it's it's one of those things that we're going to see. I believe some amazing things are happening. I hope that people that do incredible things, like Tom Norris and Mike Thornton, they get rewarded because it's definitely deserved, right? So I think President Trump will reward those that do well because he's a merit-based guy. So if we see some merit-based action here in the near term and going forward over the next several weeks or so, we'll see people get praised. It's good, but but not the way we saw during Osama bin Laden's takedown, right? That was bad. That was bad juju, right? For the SEAL Team 6 guys, basically they got exposed. And that's not something that normally happens. So uh, I think that Obama, and then the guy that was supposedly part of that, that's the Admiral. God, I should have thought of this before. I should have had it planned out before I started talking about this. So Admiral McRaven. So Admiral McRaven, he was there in charge, and John Brennan, right? So those three right there, um, bad, right? Even Admiral McRaven. So remember, you guys might remember he went after President Trump and talked shit about him, right? 5 different times talked bad about him, and I was like, I can't believe a Navy SEAL admiral would would be that effed up, right? So, but he was, and I was like, I was stunned. And then he got a $50 million award from Amazon, and they give out awards to certain people. He got $50 million from Bezos, right? And I think that was his reward for talking shit about Trump, right? So again, McRaven talked shit about, or not talk shit, but basically let Obama use that taking down Osama bin Laden, and use the Navy SEALs to make himself look really good. And of course, he went on to get reelected, and it was bad scene, very bad. And I think McRaven allowed him to do that. So there's some problems with Admiral McRaven. So again, why are those top generals getting fired? Because they're like McRaven, baddies, right? So that's and McRaven, all of his SEALs laugh at him because he's the make your bed admiral. So, I don't know if you've seen that video where he says, "Start your day, make sure you make your bed," and we're like, Are you kidding me? That's how you're going to be famous, and that's deserved, right? Now there were two guys that did books that were involved in that operation. So it was okay for Obama and McRaven to have the military allow the release of information. So Obama looks good. So there were two Navy SEALs that were on that operation that wrote books, and they went after them, and they took all the millions they earned from those books, right? And basically diss those guys, disinformation them, all kind of crazy stuff, destroyed their lives. But they bounced back, and I'm the same way. So the CIA came in and destroyed my life, uh, and tried to kill me. And I was like, "Oh yeah, motherfuckers, I'm coming back. I'm coming back hard." Because when they started to come after me, I was just like, "Okay, I'll just go low key." When I went low key, so I'm like, I'm coming back. And when I come back, I'm going to expose all you mofos. All right. So that's what I've been doing for the last several years. Thanks to Trump, because they tried to do it early on. They really, really came down hard on me. But now we're revealing the deep state activities. We're taking down the deep state. More of us that, expose this information, the better. All right, guys. Going out to a nice dinner with family. So I'm going to cut it off here. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. All right. Stay intuitive. That's the only way you stay there. If you get all angry or fearful, you're out of that. Right. And like I said, we're all in combat right now. And the guys that weren't in the love vibration, intuitive state, they're gone. Right. Okay. We'll talk to you guys soon. Lots of information coming. It's coming so fast and so furious. It's really hard to stay up with it. All right. And we'll see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. It's Liberation Day in America. President Donald Trump on Friday, April 3rd, 2026. Worldwide blackout. Trump goes ahead for massive global military operation with EVS activation. Thousands of elites set to be arrested. On Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, Trump declared the U.S. a sovereign constitutional republic. Under common law, with admiralty law, oppression no longer legal. On Wednesday, April 1st, Trump released the gold asset-backed global currency reset. Corrupt cabal banks across the world were now set to collapse, including 63 major U.S. banks and tens of thousands of small banks across the globe. Withdraw your money now. Judy note, on Thursday, March 5th, President Donald J. Trump invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. was finished. No more admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip has been broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. All flag officers have been ordered to convene in Virginia, the republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This was full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Common law grand juries have activated nationwide, forcing the entire two-tiered justice system to dissolve and restoring the republic under we the people. The National Liberty Alliance has filed a writ quo warrant to be served on every treasonous judge, bar, attorney, congressman, sheriff, and media outlet across all 50 states to be tried under constitutional common law. The people were officially free. On Friday, April 3rd, President Trump signed Nasara Jasara into law, making it retroactive to 1st of January 2026, meaning the people now had control of the global financial system, not the corrupt deep state cabal central banks. The reset on January 1st, 2026 will be known as the day freedom began, Trump said. And there's the link, commentary Baron Trump on X, breaking news. President Trump just signed the Jasara Nasara reset bill. You won't see this in mainstream media as they prefer to keep you in debt and struggling. Stay informed and share the truth. That's a post from X. The new U.S. Treasury note, official directive, global currency reset, and mandatory QFS migration. U.S. Department of the Treasury. And cartels have long controlled governments and global financial systems operating through Wall Street, the Federal Reserve, and manipulation of inflation, interest rates, and trade. Powerful elite networks have used national debt, trade deals, and market fear to maintain control for their own profit and their own benefit. This corrupt system is now failing, and the new global financial system is taking its place. A transfer of wealth and power away from the Satan-worshipping cabal and back to the people. Friday, April 3rd, because of the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies that took place on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, there were 63 major U.S. banks and tens of thousands of small banks across the globe not Basel III compliant and on the verge of collapse, with $517 billion in losses. It was advised to withdraw your monies now. Your bank account has been mirrored onto the new global financial system and was actually safe, but the monies may not be available for a couple of weeks. In the interim, banks, credit, debit cards, and ATMs will not function. You will need cash. President Trump, the Q movement, BRICS nations, and the Global Military Alliance have been working on the restored republic via a global currency reset since the time of President Lincoln's assassination, but more seriously since President Kennedy's assassination. The morning of Trump's first inauguration in 2016, he paid a visit to CIA headquarters, where the president-elect Trump then hired U.S. Attorney General for Utah, John Huber, and 730 investigators to clean up Congress. In 8 months alone, between November 2017 and June 2018, there were 40,483 sealed indictments filed, a little over 5,000 per month. Grand juries were called in various states to handle all the judicial paperwork for the thousands of upcoming military tribunals. The corrupt Satan-worshipping deep state cabal's control began to seriously break down with the January 2026 release of intelligence upon the arrest of Venezuela President Maduro, Monday, January 5, 2026. CIA knew U.S. voting machines made for fraud, dollar collapse, market meltdown, bank runs, 60 senators to be charged for protecting cartels, blackout imminent, be prepared. The New Year's Day, January 1st, 2026, U.S. arrest of Venezuela President Maduro and company harvested the intel of the century, mainly from Venezuelan intel chief Hugo Carvajal Barrios. Carvajal was a 3-star general and former chief of military intelligence under Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro. Now in U.S. custody, he recently pleaded guilty to narco-terrorism while revealing, "I will expose the entire drug cartel and human trafficking network from South America to your Senate floor." And he did. Carvajal confessed that the Smartmatic voting machines used by many states in U.S. elections were built for fraud, that the CIA knew all about it, and at least 60 U.S. senators have been bought off by and were making millions from the narco-terror regime. The official list of 60 U.S. senators who received millions via Venezuela Maduro regime drug cartels and by selling their influence to protect foreign criminal regimes. See #A below. In addition to Maduro's arrest, New Year's Day, January 1st, 2026, also saw the launch of the gold asset-backed quantum financial system, the greatest wealth transfer in human history. QFS having revalued currencies of over 200 countries and marking the end of old fiat financial bondage. In other news, from the mid-'80s until 2020, a Democrat federal judge made it illegal for Republicans to be poll watchers in such vote-changing places like Atlanta, Georgia, Detroit, Michigan, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It was only after the judge's death that the injunction was no longer upheld. For centuries, the Rothschilds and Rockefellers have used their fake fiat U.S. dollars to steal land, oil, and farms from poor countries, then send phantom payments through their now defunct SWIFT system, appearing legitimate, prompting governments to sign over valuable assets in exchange. The deceptive tactics have devastated countries across Africa and Latin America. Loans conjured from thin air through central bank tricks lead to insurmountable debts. Trump's exposure of these scams has led to the cabal's leverage crumbling and resources returned to rightful owners as the New World Order falls. Friday, April 3rd situation update. Boom, Judy Byington bombshell report. Restored Republic via a GCR update for Friday, April 3rd. And Friday, April 3rd, Byington bombshell report 10 to 12 day global lockdown under martial law. Air, rail travel suspended. Emergency broadcast system activation. Friday, April 3rd, 2026 breaking. EBS protocols have been engaged. Prepare your homes for the coming darkness. 10 days where the light of truth will shine through EBS broadcasts. The clock strikes midnight on the old world. Military tribunals were underway in underground bunkers. Stay indoors when called. Friday, April 3rd, we know that something powerful will take down the Mossad media satellite emergency broadcast system on Telegram. This will cause a worldwide communications blackout, transitioning us to a quantum system. This is called Project Odin. In essence, it provides a reason to activate military EBS. Project Odin will go together with the EAS EBS. It is a military unit that supervises military forces in ground operations. During the EBS, every major media channel on the planet will be shut down. The documentaries will be broadcast for 10 days. All the channels on the planet will be taken over by the Alliance. Everything will be revealed. Political institutions, famous, religious. The final 3 days will reveal suppressed extraterrestrial life, patents, and the new Earth. Prepare for the most dramatic change in modern history when the military emergency broadcast system emerges, signaling a new era of truth, justice, and liberation. Possible timing on February 20th, 2026. Congress passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. In a historic midnight session, Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA-2026. This legislation formally delists the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognizes the QFS gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic, signed by President Trump. The act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Wednesday, April 1st, the global currency reset and Nassar-Jassar laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. Prosperity funds released. Trump's sovereign treasury replaces the collapsed Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fairer sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. On Friday to Sunday, 3rd, 4th, 5th of April, the $2,000 tariff dividend checks to go out to U.S. citizens age 18 and older. A month event for the next 3 years. Saturday, April 4th, EBS alert, the global blackout in all countries of the world will be on 4/4/2026. It will be in conjunction with the EBS. Global financial system. Friday, April 3rd, big banks will soon collapse. A system not built to serve the people but to control and keep them in debt. QFS Redemption Center on Telegram. The bank cartels of long-controlled governments and the global financial system operating through Wall Street, the Federal Reserve, and manipulation of inflation, interest rates, and trade. The national debt, trade deals, and market fear have been used as tools to maintain control. Behind it all stand powerful networks of elites who have shaped the system for their own benefit. But that structure is now being challenged. Wall Street and the big banking system are described as reaching a breaking point. As this old fiat system weakens, many believe a new financial structure will take its place, one that aligns with Nassar-Jassar principles of fairness, transparency, and restoration. This moment is being seen as the beginning of a major shift, a transfer of wealth and power away from the controlled systems and back toward the people. The message being shared is not fear, but preparation, awareness, and understanding that change is coming. The old system falls, the new system rises. Nasara Jasora is at the center of that transition. Guru Information and Intel. Thursday, April 2nd, Blitz attack. They never saw it coming. Quantum connected on Telegram. Patriots, the deep state is an absolute meltdown as President Trump's Blitz attack unleashes moves the global cabal never saw coming. During a high-voltage live broadcast, Truth Warrior Sheila delivered explosive revelations that have QAnons fired up and the enemy scrambling in panic. Sheila shared stunning updates just before heading to a massive Florida event this weekend. There, teaming with Juan Savin and top speakers, she spotlighted quantum medicine, breakthroughs, and suppressed inventions set to rocket humanity 500 years ahead. Hidden tech promises an end to big pharma poisons, while sleek flying cars, compact egg-shaped vehicles that lift off like advanced motorcycles, stand poised to revolutionize travel and shatter elite control forever. Military forces surge forward in perfect coordination. Camp Pendleton troops loaded up and deployed toward the Middle East, alongside the 82nd Airborne backing Trump's final Iran negotiations. The tyrannical IRGC regime faces total collapse as ancient Persia reawakens to its true Christian roots after centuries of stoning and street slaughter. Israel delivered precision strikes against key threats, with full U.S. support proving the unbreakable alliance is dismantling deep state proxies right now in April 2026. No endless wars, just targeted cleanup, delivering real freedom to the region. Juan Savin operates from Las Vegas, ripping open California's trillion-dollar school bond scam that funneled citizen money straight into elite slush funds. Corrupt Getty-linked officials built illegal-only schools, fired English-speaking teachers, and violated the state constitution while demanding endless tax hikes. Patriots demand immediate audits and full restitution as this fraud unravels, signaling trillions returning to we the people under the reset. Trump's strategic brilliance dominates the Strait of Hormuz crisis. Bloomberg charts confirm how the president invoked the War Powers Act, uncapped domestic rigs, and locked massive $500 billion deals with Japan while starving China of Venezuelan oil at fair prices. The Strait's U-turn trap left globalists isolated. Cuba's dictator folded into negotiations within hours, and NATO died on arrival. America reclaims energy independence and prioritizes the Western Hemisphere in a masterstroke that leaves enemies powerless. Tribunals accelerate toward Valhalla at lightning speed. The National Liberty Alliance filed a writ quo warranto, served on every treasonous judge, bar attorney, congressman, sheriff, and media outlet across all 50 states. Common law grand juries activate nationwide, forcing the entire two-tier justice system to dissolve, and restoring the republic under which basically falls biblically as traitors face justice they never imagined. Demasking operations explode as deep state puppets vanish hours after leaks expose top secret transfers. Clones and doubles fail publicly while biblical truths connect ancient battles to today's victory over satanic forces that targeted believers for 4,000 years, with Trump calling National Prayer Weeks ahead of the 250th anniversary rededication. The Great Awakening surges stronger than ever. Friday, April 3rd, 2026. Breaking military alert. Military intel. War reset. Hegseth fires army chief as Trump prepares final strike on Iran. Pentagon cleared for total victory. Friday, April 3rd. The war in Iran isn't a distraction. It's a reset of the global power map, with President Trump at the forefront. Friday, April 3rd. Boom. Pentagon purge accelerates. Hegseth fires Biden-era top army brass in 24 hours. War machine locked and loaded for victory. Friday, April 3rd. Exposed. The birth bond deception is real. $169 trillion bond scam. CUSIP coded at birth, branded by the system, and sold into global debt slavery. Friday, April 3rd. The Epstein files gatekeeper has been removed. Pam Bondi is taking a new job in the private sector. DJT translation: she was fired. Why? 3.5 million Epstein documents released. 3 million documents withheld. She thought she could protect them. She thought she could hide the master ledger. She refused to prosecute the architects. She dismissed the charges against the elite. Trump gave her a choice: release the unredacted list or pack your bags. She chose the deep state. Look who replaces her: Todd Blanche, Trump's personal defense attorney, the man who knows exactly where the bodies are buried. The firewall is gone. The DOJ is fully secured. Those 3 million withheld documents, they are being unsealed. Panic in D.C., panic in Hollywood, panic on the private islands. The names you thought were untouchable are about to be exposed. Government fraud. Friday, April 3rd, USAID was the great front for over 60 years, funneling taxpayer dollars into numerous nefarious deep state operations. The State Department, the CIA, and the U.S. Institute of Peace all have one thing in common, and that's using taxpayer dollars for regime change operations through USAID, not only abroad in foreign countries, but right here at home, against American citizens and the President of the United States himself. Friday, April 3rd, 2026, JFK Jr. on Telegram. The money flown out of the Minneapolis airport by fraudsters has been tracked and used to purchase resorts in Kenya, apartment buildings in Nairobi, properties in Turkey, luxury homes, luxury cars, $790 million American tax dollars flown from Minnesota and sent overseas. And Friday, April 3rd, breaking: 4 people associated with a company that operates homeless shelters arrested in New York City after they reportedly paid out bribes to city leaders for kickbacks. Democrat New York City Council member Farrah Lewis and her sister Debbie Lewis, a top aide to Governor Kathy Hochul, are currently under investigation for reportedly taking bribes.
The Rothschilds and Rockefellers have mastered a global scam allowing them to seize land, oil fields, and farms from nations without spending real money. They create fake bank accounts filled with billions in digital entries that lack any actual funds. These phantom payments are sent via the SWIFT system, appearing legitimate, prompting governments to sign over valuable assets in exchange. They target rich farmlands and mineral areas, fabricating huge credits. Officials hand over titles, but the money never materializes. This operation is rampant in Paraguay as of 2026. The families target rich farmlands and mineral areas, fabricating huge credits. Officials hand over titles, but the money never materializes. Paraguay loses critical soil for food production, while the elites profit from exported goods, leaving locals in hardship. The same deceptive tactics devastate countries across Africa and Latin America. Loans conjured from thin air through central bank tricks lead to insurmountable debts. When repayment fails, resource rights transfer to the cabal. Gold, oil, and agricultural lands flow out, enriching the few at the expense of the many. American patriots suffer the consequences as cheap resources from these thefts flood markets, harming U.S. farmers and miners. Supply chains stay under cabal influence, raising costs for domestic production. President Trump combats this vigorously with America First policies, securing energy independence and critical minerals while protecting jobs through strategic tariffs. Debt traps form the foundation of their strategy. Vulnerable nations receive phony credit, only to surrender assets upon default. Paraguay has lost massive territories this way, and Africa and Latin America face similar fates, turning sovereign lands into private elite domains. The Rockefellers' oil empire and Rothschild's banking prowess unite through offshore companies to hide their control. SWIFT enables the illusion of payment, allowing seamless asset grabs followed by unregulated operations that funnel wealth back to the families. Trump views this as an attack on sovereignty. His push to audit the Federal Reserve targets the root of fake money creation. By rebuilding American manufacturing and friendshoring, the nation breaks free from dependence on stolen foreign resources. This system grants permanent control with mere computer entries. Yet the Great Awakening accelerates. QAnons see the truth as white hats under Trump dismantle the deep state. Imminent exposures of these scams will lead to tribunals and the end of fiat tyranny. NSRE-like reforms loom, restoring power to the people. Globalist panic rises as nations awaken and reject the fraud. With Trump leading, the cabal's leverage crumbles. Resources return to rightful owners, and the New World Order falls. Patriots, the storm rages. Stay strong as victory and justice arrive for all.
Friday, April 3rd, USPS caught a massive 2020 election fraud cover-up. Wisconsin, 100,000 plus ballots backdated. Arizona, 300,000 fraudulent. Michigan, 548,000 fraudulent. Georgia, 204,000 fraudulent. Pennsylvania, 121,000 fraudulent. Plus illegal cross-state ballot transport. Where was the DOJ? This changes everything. Who's ready for real investigations in 2026? Prepare for a 10 to 12 day global lockdown under martial law perpetrators. Beginning very soon, air, rail travel suspended. Secure food, water, cash, essentials. Military to distribute provisions where needed. Judy note, according to insiders, the White Hats have taken command of key global systems. Earlier this week, President Trump remarked, "We're going to need more popcorn this weekend," hinting at major developments ahead. Beginning Wednesday, April 1st, the Global Military Alliance greatly increased their arrests of thousands of powerful people who were involved in child trafficking and corruption, referred to as the Satan-worshipping cabal. Former President Barack Obama was previously reported as under arrest, but that might not be true yet. He was, however, under federal investigation. One of the charges was said to be child trafficking. And we have a link to National Security Bombshell. National Security Bombshell, Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code to be fully operational with expanded control over financial infrastructure and global communications, including television, radio, and internet broadcasts. The legacy fiat-based SWIFT financial system is said to be offline, replaced by a new gold asset-backed global financial framework, now functioning worldwide. At any moment, the emergency broadcast system is expected to override all devices, phones, televisions, radios, and internet-connected screens across the globe. An 8-tone alert is anticipated over cell phones worldwide, followed by a temporary worldwide blackout. Afterward, synchronized broadcasts will begin transmitting across all platforms. The EBS is expected to instruct citizens to remain in a location of their choosing, in preparation for a global lockdown lasting approximately 10 to 12 days. During this time, air and rail travel will be suspended. People are encouraged to store essential supplies, such as food and water. However, provisions will be distributed by military forces where needed. Throughout the lockdown period, the EBS will continuously broadcast announcements related to Nasara Jasara funds, released to the public, accompanied by extended documentary-style disclosures airing 24 hours a day across all media channels. This phase is expected to continue for 10 to 12 days under temporary martial law, described as necessary to maintain stability while a global military alliance conducts large-scale arrests of individuals accused of corruption and treason. By the end of the 10 to 12 days, the old systems of government, judicial, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce will have been dismantled and replaced with improved systems geared toward freedom and independence for all. In other news, Thursday, April 2nd, we have a link, National Security Bombshell. National Security Bombshell, Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code. Tucker Carlson was on a one-man suicide mission against the New World Order. He has the biggest balls of any journalist in the last 100 years, said Alex Jones. Carlson's new documentary, The BB Files, exposes Netanyahu and the valid charges against him and strikes at the heart of the globalist deep state. It's the most dangerous subject you could possibly cover. Thursday, April 2nd, breaking U.S. debt clock, no more income tax. U.S. debt clock signals monumental shift to asset-backed dividend dollar, AMG News. UFO expert Stephen Greer warns that rogue actors inside the government are now on the verge of staging a fake alien invasion across the entire planet. He says the operation would be so advanced it could easily deceive most of the world, including top government officials. The goal, he claims, is to manufacture fear and justify a one-world government with unlimited power and zero accountability. The ability to hoax an attack on our planet is real. And just a side note, remember, It was Werner von Braun. Final words was that there would be, that the cabal would stage a fake alien invasion. So we've been warned. Israel is last. Israel halts all defense cooperation with France and cancels contracts after it blocked U.S. military supply flights to the country from flying over its airspace. Netanyahu in Israel was recently exposed as running the Vatican out of Ukraine and Israel. Thursday, April 2nd, worldwide blackout coming. Trump gives the go-ahead for a huge global military operation with EBS activation. Thousands of elites set to be arrested. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has given the final go-ahead for historic global military operation as the world stands on the edge of the greatest awakening ever. This will turn on the emergency broadcast system and take down the whole deep state cabal. People who know say the plan to arrest thousands of powerful people who are involved in child trafficking and corruption will start on April 1st, 2026. In the next 48 hours, there will be a huge blackout around the world. There will be controlled lockdowns for 10 to 12 days. During certain 5-hour windows each day, citizens are told to stay inside while special forces make arrests. This is the storm that QAnons have been waiting for, the time when justice finally comes. Trump's loyal soldiers have been getting ready for years by mapping out underground tunnels and drug trafficking routes. White hat operators have already saved a lot of kids from these bad places. The deep state is in a panic because their empire is falling apart. When the EBS turns on, it will take over all mainstream media. Every screen will be full of the truth about election fraud, crimes by big pharma, and elite pedophile rings. Starlink will make sure that the broadcasts reach every part of the world. Special forces will hit their targets with accuracy, taking out corrupt billionaires and officials who are hiding in bunkers. Only Trump is in charge of the global military alliance. Stockpiles are ready so the patriots won't have to go through any pain during this change. This operation will bring back real sovereignty. Under Nasara Jassara, debts will be erased, borders will be protected, and the corrupt government will be destroyed. It's over for the Rothschilds, Clintons, Gates, and their friends. It's the golden age. Stay on the line, patriots. We are winning the light and the battle. A new republic is born. Emergency Broadcast System instructions given to military Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. This will ensure everyone is safely placed in their home and able to witness the historical moment that reveals all of the truths, cover-ups, etc. through the EBS, which is imminent. There must be a test and then a review of all occurrences and activities. The possible implications on a national and global level can be quite complicated, so things must be in alignment to the protocols. Yes, there are many consequences if things aren't done with precision and perfection. This is the practice run before the real one, folks, to see responses and accuracy to what is forthcoming, which changes humanity. We hear the schedule is now finally firm, but again, I'm just the messenger. Be ready to adjust if needed in regards to possible time changes. Only a select few know the moment of exact and precise timing of events. For security and other obvious reasons, it must be properly kept private. The EBS is going to air playing an 8-hour video. It will be replaying 3 times a day for 10 days. Communication darkness. During those 10 days of communication darkness, the following things will happen. We will receive 7 trumpets, aka EBS text messages on our phones, alerting us to tune into our TV at this time. Our phones will only work for 911, 911, and we are informed the Signal app, which is military encrypted, will be available. Our internet will not work during that time. Our ATMs will not work. After the 10 days of communication darkness, we will connect to a new quantum internet. People are urged to stock up on at least 3 weeks of food and water. Be prepared with food, water, toilet paper, generators, etc. for this great awakening reveal. We are promised the new Starlink internet system by the end of the month. As we speak, the teams coordinating this important historic event are revamping the EBS to ensure that utmost security for all involved. So remain patient as things get finalized. They want to make certain there are not any interferences of any sort at all. Those making the plan won't want no one to panic whatsoever, because it's simply the release of the truth. After the EBS, and we've gone through the 10 days mainstream media blackout and sat through all the 24/7, 8-hour-long movies, do we go back to normal like business as usual? Answer is, after the EBS and 8-hour-long 24/7 movies, all will change. The life support attached to the old and evil systems will be pulled. Humanity and planet Earth simultaneously move to quantum reality, consciousness system, peace and prosperity, end of financial and human consciousness, enslavement. Old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce, etc., will all be dismantled and replaced. We will have new currency called the USN, US note, and gold backed. The time is now to alert as many who will listen. Do not have too much pride. Go warn those you love, even though they think you're crazy. Your goal for others is truly to help absorb the shock of what is coming. Possible timing on February 20th, 2026. Congress passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. An historic midnight session, Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA-2026. This legislation formally delists the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognizes the QFS gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic, signed by President Trump. The act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Wednesday, April 1st, the global currency reset and Nisara-Jasara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. Prosperity funds released. Trump's sovereign treasury replaces the collapsed Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, the event that will change the world. Tier 4B to receive emails with toll-free numbers to make redemption appointments. On Friday, April 3rd, President Trump will tweet, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." Now that comes from the Q posts. On Friday to Sunday, 3rd, 4th, 5th of April, the $2,000 tariff dividend checks to go out to U.S. citizens age 18 and older. A month event for the next 3 years. Saturday, April 4th, EBS alert, the global blackout in all countries of the world will be on 4/4/2026. It will be in conjunction with the EBS emergency broadcast system, martial law and mass arrests of pedophiles by the military, buy food, toilet paper, and medicine. This is a real alert. This is not a test. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Monday, April the 6th, Black Swan event. Petrodollar comes to an end. Global financial crash, prosperity, payments, and Jasara wealth drops begin. Wounded veterans and rescued dumb children move to the front for healing as the golden age accelerates. Jasara prosperity payments begin pouring into approved projects, empowering we the people to rebuild our republic. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, Quantum Financial System announcement. Thursday, April 2nd, the event scenario. A major global operation referred to as the event is described as a turning point of historic, even biblical proportions. Publicly, it may appear as a World War III level crisis, but beneath the surface, it is portrayed as a coordinated military activation across multiple nations. The objective is to dismantle powerful institutions and symbolic landmarks, long associated with hidden global control structures. Frequently cited locations include the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, the White House, government complexes in Germany, facilities in China, and CERN on the Swiss-French border. This operation is said to unfold on multiple fronts simultaneously. Global disruption phase, April 2026. Air travel and rail systems are halted. Power grids experience widespread outages. Communication networks are interrupted as a transition to alternative energy and communication systems begins. Media and financial reset. Traditional financial systems and digital infrastructures, including stock markets and cryptocurrency networks, are disrupted or shut down. In their place, a new asset-backed financial system is introduced. Emergency broadcast activation. Military-controlled emergency broadcast systems, EBS, override all devices worldwide, delivering synchronized messaging across countries. This includes continuous broadcasts explaining the unfolding events. Blackout and transition. A temporary global blackout is described as necessary to shift infrastructure, energy systems, communications, and financial networks into new frameworks. Military governance phase. Temporary martial law is enacted globally. Military tribunals, disclosures, and public revelations are broadcast over a period of approximately 10 to 12 days. Revelation and reconstruction. Following the disruption, a period of rebuilding begins under a We the People framework, supported by newly released funds and restructured governance systems. Additional elements often included in this scenario: simulated war conditions, including sirens and emergency alerts, strategic cyber operations affecting global markets, large-scale military exercises coinciding with the transition, claims of advanced technologies being deployed for communication and defense. The narrative frames these events as both disruptive and transformative, intended to dismantle old systems and replace them with new global structures. Thursday, April 2nd, the Big Bang event, from the Bay of Pigs spark to the quantum Gesara revolution, the beginning of a new world order, Tier 4B ISO 20022. This moment will not be remembered as the beginning of the universe, but as a Big Bang that will change the whole world. This will start a new era, just like the Bay of Pigs disaster did. The world is about to see a 3-day show that will shake every country to its core. When the chaos starts, you'll feel the calm before the storm. The only sound will be the military emergency broadcast system coming to life. What does it say? Governments all over the world have fallen, brought down by a force that was too strong to resist. That's just the start. A lot of people will be arrested, getting rid of the corrupt and oppressive old guard. The world is finally getting clean, getting ready for a new day of justice, but the show isn't over yet. Over the next 10 days, the implementation of Nasara Jasara, which is better known as Trump-Sara, will change our future. Trump-Sara will get rid of corrupt bureaucracies and put in place a small, efficient government made up of people who are not guilty of the sins of the past. It's not just a change in how things are run, it's a huge step forward for humanity. The quantum financial system is at the center of this change. Get rid of the shackles of central banks and secretive elites. Quantum computing powers this system, which makes sure that it is really open and accountable. In the vote, blockchain technology will bring back real democracy through quantum voting. There will be no fraud or manipulation in counting every vote. Next, the quantum internet will break free from Silicon Valley oligarchs and government spying. This new system promises security like we've never seen before, making sure that information is free. But don't get me wrong, the people in charge right now won't give up easily. They'll do anything to keep things the way they are, but they know that their time is up. The flow of history is in our favor. We will win because the truth and our own creativity. The Big Bang is here, and it brings with it the promise of a future that is better and more free than anything we've ever known. There is no choice in the revolution. It is a destiny. Will you join us or stay behind in the dust? There's no more time to think. The storm is here, and there's no stopping it. Global financial system. Thursday, April 2nd, Trump signs executive order for asset-backed Bitcoin and crypto. Bitcoin. U.S. President has officially signed an executive order to position America as the world's leading center for Bitcoin and crypto. This move could transform the future of the entire industry. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026. 97.5% of Canadians have refused to comply with the government's order to turn over their banned firearms. Soon authorities will go door to door to seize the weapons in their effort to disarm the nation's citizenry. How sad. Thursday, April 2nd, the French are now rising up against the tyrannical Macron government as they declare that France is a Christian nation. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, Fox News President Trump is calling on Congress to end their 2-week vacation, stay in D.C. until DHS is fully reopened, while Senate Speaker John Thune is refusing to call back the Senate from their 2-week vacation in order to get DHS funded, saying it'd just be a show vote. Thursday, April 2nd, Trump is king of the Commonwealth. This is the most incredible news ever. Trump is the true king of the British Commonwealth. Thursday, April 2nd, oil isn't made from dinosaur fossils. It's naturally produced from within the earth, like the blood within our bodies. It's a renewable resource which can never run out. The scarcity tactics is used by the elite to promote them as fossil fuels, because allegedly being fossil fuels, it means that it has to run out, therefore keeping the prices high. In fact, there is almost as much underground oil as there is water here on Earth. Shadow of Ezra 2.0 on Telegram. Thursday, April 2nd, Fox News. The CIA and USAID colluded against President Trump while using your taxpayer dollars. An Obama CIA analyst wrote the memo that led to President Trump's impeachment. The memo stemmed from the USAID-funded Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, which received tens of millions of taxpayer dollars. OCCRP operated as an extension of the State Department and USAID, tied to the CIA's foreign color revolutions and regime change operations abroad. But now taxpayers were funding its CIA regime change operations right here at home against the President of the United States.
With regard to the lockdowns and the energy crisis, this is all part of the agenda. This has all been planned very, very carefully. And they're going to see what they can get away with. And there are many, many people still out there, which is incredibly disappointing for those people that are awakened, that will fall for it. Whether it's how far you can travel from your house, it was pointed out to me yesterday. You can only use your car on certain days because of the shortage of fuel, which I had a conversation with somebody yesterday about the price of fuel. The price of fuel went up to €2 a litre about a month ago. At certain garages around near where I live, back down to 145. That should tell you that this is all a scam. You don't just put the prices up and down as you want. And the price of crude oil, they keep saying, well, it's because of the Strait of Hormuz. Really? When did you get your fuel from the Strait of Hormuz? Just asking. Because they're lying to you, and you just fall for it every single time. Time to wake up to the truth. The other thing I'm going to talk about this morning is about what's happening in Lebanon. And I had a conversation with some Lebanese people yesterday who believe that Trump is in bed with Netanyahu. And from an outside perspective, if you don't know what's going on, you would agree with that. But this is fifth generation warfare. This is all about exposing the deep state, the cabal, and Netanyahu. And he's had to get very close to Netanyahu to find out what's going on. Because if you can't get on the inside, you can't dismantle it. And this is all part of the dismantling, the draining of the swamp. You have to get right inside the swamp to clean it all out. And that's what's happening right now. You might not like it, I might not like it, but the end result will be that the swamp will be drained. My next story is a very interesting one, that North Korea has now just delivered 500 intercontinental ballistic missiles to Iran. And the US and Israel do not have the capabilities to block these. They've already arrived. And now they've got a complete stockpile of these missiles that will do an awful lot of damage. It's very interesting how this pantomime is playing out. This is all part of the exposure. But I would suggest to you, don't live in fear. This is Easter. This is Friday. This is the Easter weekend. Have a wonderful weekend and be grateful that the Lord. Have a lovely weekend.
God bless, guys. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
On Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, the Supreme Court considered Trump's birthright case, the same day that the Pentagon confirmed. Iran's nuclear program is destroyed. Hegseth said it today. Not damaged, not degraded, destroyed. Their missiles are at the lowest count in 31 days. Desertions across every base. The regime is finished, but they haven't announced it yet. Why? Because what comes after the war is bigger than the war. The FBI just opened an investigation into emails between Ghislaine Maxwell and Prince Andrew. Same week, 3.5 million Epstein pages sit on a federal server. Same month, the king confirmed his trip to America. Same week, a congressman sent him a letter. Meet the survivors. Andrew's emails, Charles's visit, the files wide open. The crown is walking into a trap. Here's what no one is telling you. The Pentagon isn't just ending a war, they're seizing the ledger. Every transaction, every shell company, every wire from 1979 to 2024. Isfahan wasn't a military target. It was a filing cabinet. Iran's regime falls. The vaults open. The names come out. Epstein's files from the east. Isfahan's files from the west. Both unlocked in the same 30 days. That's not a war. That's an audit. April 1st isn't a joke. It's day one of the new system. Supreme Court rewrites citizenship. Pentagon closes the old war. FBI opens the old files. The king walks into the building that holds his secrets. 4 events, 1 date, 0 coincidences. Code April 1st. They told you April would be the cruelest month, and they weren't lying. Thursday, April 1st, President Trump looked into the camera on Thursday, April 1st and told you everything. You weren't listening the right way. Mr. Poole, the final chapter on Telegram. Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruin. The most powerful military machine on earth turned a 47-year-old regime into dust. But that's not the part they don't want you to hear. Listen again. He said, go to the Strait and just take it. He told the entire world to go and take the Strait of Hormuz. No president in history has ever said that. Not once, not in public, not on camera. He just gave away the most strategic choke point on earth, on live television. Why? Because he doesn't need it anymore. The old system ran on oil. The old system needed Hormuz open. The old system needed Iran as the boogeyman to keep prices high and the petrodollar alive. Then he said, buy oil from the United States. That's not a suggestion. That's the new world order. One sentence. No treaty, no summit. No UN vote. America just became the world's gas station. He said it out loud. Then, the part nobody caught. We have all the cards. They have none. He wasn't talking about Iran. Iran is finished. He said it himself. Stone Age. He was talking about the ones watching. The ones in suits. The ones who funded both sides for 47 years and thought nobody would ever find the receipts. The receipts were under Isfahan. 13 soldiers gave their lives, not for oil, not for territory, for the files that prove who built the machine. Operation Epic Fury was never about Iran. It was about the ledger. And tonight, he told you it's almost done. Thursday, April 2nd, over 6,000 patents are being hidden from you right now. Medbed activation on Telegram. This is not a theory. This is a fact. The United States Patent and Trademark Office has a program called the Invention Secrecy Act of 1951. Under this law, any patent that is deemed a threat to national security can be classified and hidden from the public. As of 2023, there are 6,012 active secrecy orders on patents. Read that again. 6,012 inventions that someone created that work, that could change your life, locked in a vault. What kind of inventions get classified? Energy devices that could replace oils, Communication systems that could replace controlled media? The pattern is always the same. An inventor creates something revolutionary, they file a patent, the government reviews it. If it threatens a billion-dollar industry, it disappears. The inventor receives a letter. Your patent has been placed under a secrecy order. Disclosure of this invention is prohibited under penalty of law. They can't talk about it, they can't build it, they can't sell it, and you never hear about it. This is not happening in China or North Korea. This is happening in the land of the free. The vault is cracking open. The truth is leaking out, and they cannot stop what is.
Like the fake Donald Trump, who's been around since June of 2025, replaced the real one, who we all miss. And as a reminder, what a jerk this guy is. Watch this him interacting with heads of state and flirting with Carolyn Levitt. Okay, this man is offensive, and he needs to be removed ASAP. The Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae came back to Japan after visiting the White House, saying she'd been humiliated, insulted, and would never visit the United States again. And Japan immediately made a deal to buy oil in yuan and dump the petrodollar. So well done, fake Donald Trump. You just alienated the most important ally the United States has, financially anyway. The sooner this guy goes, the better. Now, here's another example why these goofballs need to be removed from our screens. They need to be arrested in front of the cameras and taken away and to don't appear on our screens again. Listen to this reality show actor Pete Hegseth saying that the United States is a terrorist nation that bombs countries.
And I think
this goofball does not control the United States Armed Forces. They don't control anything. That's why they're being forced to use videos from video games, because they're out of the loop. The U.S. military is not obeying these people, and for very good reason, because they are not in charge of the United States, and they're not working for the United States. They're working for a cult that is trying to enslave us. And here is a rabbi from the Khazarian mafia, the Satanist side of the, pretending to be Jews, saying that they're going to enslave all of humanity, including China and the West. And they're not, okay? They're not going to enslave anybody. They're going to be taken down, and it's going to be for good this time. They're being hunted down, and we need to get more people on the case. And I'd especially like to talk to American military veterans who were fooled into risking their lives for these clowns. Take a look at this veteran talking about how the veterans are the biggest sleeper cell in America.
man,
And like he says, they've been waiting for something. Well, this is it. The United States is officially bankrupt because of these people. They've taken all your money, and there's nothing left to take. And now it's time to remove their control of the financial system. And that can be done. I also recommend that the veterans descend on all the Chabad Lubavitch facilities, because they are not Jews. They are Satanists who are causing great trouble for the Jews, and they really, need to be dealt with permanently. And I mean arrested, taken in for questioning, and removed from all sorts of control over society. Including here, you can watch the fake Donald Trump honoring Rabbi Schneerson, who, calls non-Jews, which is not, I should say non-Satanists, because these aren't Jews. We can eat them, they say. They're going to kill 90% of humanity, they say. And here's this fake Trump and his handler, Howard Lutnick, showing exactly who they work for. They need to be taken in. They need to be removed from circulation. But the fact that their boss, the Rothschild bosses, are being taken down in
Europe is a good sign, and there's also a big cleanup of the British royal family. This is an old video from Buckingham Palace, but it's worth reviewing because you can see a child trying to escape from the palace, a naked child, obviously, probably in fear for his life. Prince William, who's now in charge of the British Royals, is not part of this cult. His real father is actually the King of Spain. He's a Habsburg. He's a Christian, and he's going to help clean up England. And if he doesn't, then he's got to be removed too, because enough is enough. These people have been causing trouble all over the world, and it is well overdue time for justice. And again, I'd like to remind the American people that you're not in debt. You're in a system of Babylonian debt slavery, which we are going to bring to an end. We need to have military white hats occupy the treasury, and I've negotiated with the Asians because you really do have a trade deficit. You have been getting stuff from the rest of the world and not paying for it for more than 40 years. They're willing to write off all your debt as soon as you remove this satanic scum from your government and arrest all the pedophiles. Then all the debt will be written off. You'll have no more mortgages to pay. You'll have no more rent to pay. And, trillions and trillions of dollars will be used to rebuild your industry and your infrastructure. Another thing is, I noticed that since the U.S. government is bankrupt, airports are shutting down. I would recommend that the airlines charge a surtax on air tickets to hire back the, air traffic controllers. And I also suggest you get some advice from Japan. Here in Japan, I can show up at Haneda Airport 15 minutes before my flight and catch it to anywhere in a domestic flights, and you don't have to go through all that humiliating body searches and stuff that they do. So, the whole federal government needs to be shut down, and the U.S. military will be taken care of as long as they clean up the mess. But, it is happening, folks. We're finally getting to the point where these ancient cult of Satan worshippers are going to be removed from control of the West and never, ever, ever again be allowed to try to seize power. Because they were caught in the act. Let's face it. They're still trying to spread bioweapons. There's no negotiating with these people. They need to be rounded up, all of them. That's what has to be done, and it is happening. The raids on the Edmund de Rothschild Bank are very, very important. And, I've previously, found in Bank of Japan documents that they control the Bank of Japan, and I'm pretty sure they also control the Fed and all the other banks in conjunction with the British Rothschilds. Although the British Rothschilds are not the same kind of people. I've been interacting with them, and they support the idea of a future planning agency and working on behalf of humanity. So it's the De Rothschilds that seem to be the problem. But of course, we don't want any, secret family in charge of the financial system. This needs to be open, and it needs to be available for everyone to see and participate in. And that's what we'll be working on. And, as a reminder of what happens when you have a government that actually is trying to make the country better instead of trying to rip people off, take a look at this latest clip from China where people can go up a mountain in an escalator. And, this is the sort of thing they build for their people instead of wasting all their money that have nothing to do with the United States, which is what your current government does with your money. So take a look. And that's the sort of thing we can do in the United States as soon as these filth are removed. And it will happen. It is happening. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
And then we have our first question today. It says, no evidence exists in search results of Chinese elders giving away U.S. Treasury bonds. China holds $761 billion in U.S. Treasuries as the second largest foreign owner, with experts warning a mass sell-off could spike U.S. borrowing costs and disrupt markets. But no reports mention elders or gifting. Related topics include the U.S. pension funds investing $68 to $73 billion in China since 2020, despite security risks, and U.S. bondholders seeking repayments on 1.6 trillion in century-old Chinese debt. Where did you get the information on China getting rid of USA bonds?
First of all, the internet in the English-speaking world is completely censored and useless. It's not a source of information anymore. It's a source of mind control. I am an analog reporter. I physically meet people face to face. I've actually met members of the Dragon family. I've physically held the bonds in my hand. We've taken them, and I can deliver these bonds to the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo. I've called the Treasury representative. This is real. They have real gold. And, the Chinese are not supporting Howard Lutnick and that whole fake Trump regime, and are not going to. They're pulling the plug. They have pulled the plug. And if you look at the data, you'll see that the biggest buyers of U.S. Treasuries are crypto coins and little offshore places like the Cayman Islands. In other words, it's completely fraudulent now. Nobody's buying these bonds. That's the reality. So again, trust the analog world and stay away from too much of the disinformation on the internet. Just go look at the grocery stores and see what's happening to prices with your own eyes and your own wallet, and you'll know that everything they're putting out now is lies about the economy in the U.S. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In your March 13th Q&A, you said Scott Bessent will be hunted down if he doesn't use the bonds the Dragon family supplied to the United States through him. However, you then say that this madness has to stop and the military needs to take action. On one hand, you say action will be taken. On the other hand, you say the military needs to take action. So is the Dragon family going to act, or are you waiting for the military? Has either side definitely said that they will move on Bessent?
I'm not going to say any more. I said that he got one warning, and that's all he got. And the point is that we need the official U.S. government to accept a kind offer to write off all your debts and finance reconstruction of your beautiful country, which is I share with you as a Canadian. And this will happen, but it has to be an official government representative to acknowledge this. And since they're not, we're facing no choice but to shut them down, and this is going to cause hardship for the American people. But just watch and see, okay? Talking is over. You watch and see what happens. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You say the only ships being blocked in the Strait of Hormuz are ours and Israel's, but we do not get oil from the Middle East at all. We have kept the strait open for decades for the rest of the world, mostly Asia, and it seems to be that most of the oil that comes through the strait is primarily for Asia and mostly China. So where do you have this information that the United States' oil is being blocked from the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's not United States oil. What's happening is, for example, since the United States invaded Iraq on, false charges, all the Iraqi oil revenue has been going to the owners of the Federal Reserve Board, and it's that money and that oil that's being cut off. So it's not American oil; it's American-controlled oil that is being blocked, and that's not the American people, but the oligarchs like the Rockefellers who are being blocked. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Joe Kent was a Bernie supporter. He has been excluded from secret information for several months now due to him being suspected of leaking said secret information. So, in my opinion, he was certainly not in the loop of the information regarding why we went to war with Iran, and I don't think he is going to be a valuable source of opinion on Iran. What are your thoughts on this, specifically in regards to Joe Kent leaking information?
Well, I don't have any information. All I know is that as soon as he criticized Israel and Israeli control of the United States military, suddenly they said he's leaking information and they're going to prosecute him. This is the same FBI that hasn't arrested a single. And I think he was sort of like me. I was the Asia Pacific bureau chief for Forbes magazine. That's about as high as you can get before you hit the glass ceiling where the people who really control the planet are. And he was in the same. He could see the people running the White House, but since he wasn't part of that little club, he could only look at from the outside. And when he tried to do stuff about terrorism inside the United States, which was his job, and the chief source of terrorism in the United States is Israel, then he was blocked. And so he quit in disgust. That's what I know about him. And that's what you should be looking at. This war on Iran is about stealing money because the United States has run out, and they're losing the Iraqi money. That's what this is about. So that's what I have to say on that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Although I do like your bright future dream, it doesn't seem to be reasonable in the United States. China, Russia, Iran, etc. are not going to risk their soldiers and equipment to help 90% of Americans that want to go against their government. They probably could be paid to do it. Why don't we pay them the west coast of the United States and Alaska in order to free the United States from our governmental tyranny?
What the Asians have offered is to hire the U.S. military to free the American people, to make sure that they continue to get their paychecks and maintain their, organizational integrity in exchange for, cleaning up the satanic filth who have taken over your political system. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
The tabulators purely do catch up to what they already know is stolen, or in reverse, which we've seen with ballot harvesting, where the tabulators have to make the quick adjustment and then all the ballots come in into the middle of the night. It seems clear as day that that's actually fact. It's not even conjecture after talking to these county clerks and these ROVs, because they will not admit that there's a hole in the election. So I got one yesterday. I'm not going to name her. I don't want to throw her under the bus, because she had a long conversation with me in her office, which I love. I let her go, just let her talk, let her believe her elections are secure, so on and so forth. But then I asked that one question. Said, hey, when it gets to the tabulator, where are your cameras located? Oh, we've got one about 40 feet back there. I said, so your cameras cannot see the ballot itself before and after it enters the tabulator? No. I said, don't you see that to be a problem? Well, I guess maybe we can tighten things up. I go, well, yeah. I mean, if you just put a $50 camera, which we've already shown them how to do, when they're putting the ballot in the tabulator, and a $50 camera when it's exiting the tabulator, at least if the tabulator makes a mistake, intentional or unintentional, right now we know immediately. And that's why this transparency system that we created is so, so important. Scott, what do you have to say?
My first thought was, when that answer came out, I was like, okay, cut the bullshit. That's the only response I have for any of the nonsense. Whatever reason they say, cut the fucking bullshit. A camera 40 feet back here. This is supposed to look, guys, we all know this. This is even below common sense thinking, right? It's absurdity, and it's such an insult. It's an insult to any of us when you have to point out something that a third grader could point out. Hey, shouldn't that camera be right over here? It's a crime syndicate. And that's why, man, I mad respect for you taking this thing on and going after this at that level. But do you remember I tried to talk you out of it? I'm like, is there any way I can talk you out of this? Because
you did.
The bullshit that you're going to deal with in that machine, I worked in that machine for 10 years, and the crazy stuff. It was so bad back in the late 90s, 2000, 2004. This is how corrupt it was. I'd have my teams in precincts around Los Angeles. I was precinct captain on election day. So by law, and here's what everybody does. They go in, if they say Republicans and Democrat helpers can do this, they go in to the precincts on election day. Can I see the rolls to see who voted and who didn't? And what you do, those who hadn't voted yet, you send, you tabulate that, send it to the phone banks, and then your phone people start calling voters. Hey, encourage them to come out and vote. So what would happen? It is Los Angeles. Democrats are running all these things. So I'd get calls, and basically I was an enforcer. I'd get calls, Scott, they won't give me the voter rolls. Okay, where are you? I'll be right over. I'd walk in. I was in better shape then, a little bigger. I'd walk in with my, jeans, biker boots on, tight t-shirt, walk in, look around, beeline right to the voter rolls. Where are the voter rolls? Hand them over. Here. And I'd hand them my people, outdoor go. Another ring. Where are you? I'm on my way. That's what I did all day. It was so absurd. Even back then, I'm thinking, how this thing is lost, and obviously it's much worse today. It's more like a Sunday morning cartoon watching this stuff. But I pray, honestly, that through this evolution we're in, that there is, the overarching power of we the people, pushing hard enough that, whoever steps in, the military, whatever, to say, okay, we are taking control. This is an absolute crime scene. We're taking control elections, whatever legislation they got to pass, burning all the voter rolls and starting again. And Jovan Pulitzer and I had a show and several discussions on if you go to Twitter, X, type in the search thing, hashtag burn the voter rolls. Type that in there. Go to the 2 videos, watch one of those videos he has up there, and you'll see the picture. Because there's 30 to 40 million fraudulent voters in this country. And if we don't burn these rolls and start, again, like Trump said, one thing that Trump said during this week, I'm watching it, State of the Union, we need voter ID, whatever else he said. And I'm like, you better freaking say it, because that isn't enough. People come across the border. These criminal governors will give anybody a social security number, and with that number, they can get a driver's license. And with that driver's license, they can go vote. And then Trump, when he said this during the State of the Union, and he says, and we need proof of citizenship, I'm like, you better say that, man. You better say that, because without proof of citizenship, they're still going to steal elections, period. Anyways, so there's a lot.
They don't even need that to steal elections, because when the voter rolls are so jacked up, I audited one city on my own. I took the voter rolls, I separated them within a spreadsheet, put everything around, and 42% of those voters should have been invalid. 42%. So we know those are going out and getting the duplicates. I know because I had a roommate in our house several years ago, and he's still getting a ballot at our house, and he lives in Oklahoma now. So it is absolutely ridiculous the way that it is. The challenge, Scott, you may know this, is when we purge the voter rolls, they're right there on the back end, entering them back in again.
Of course they are.
Crazy. We've seen it firsthand, and it just blew us away. Bruce, what do you have to say about this? I know you're deep into this in investigations.
Well, I mean, it is insane. I mean, it doesn't take a lot. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. And that's, I think, one of the intentional situations that they have placed upon us via programming, MK Ultra brainwashing, or whatever you want to call it. And they've complicated it, all the legalese and all the legislations like that. Because here in Florida, same thing. We have, rules, laws in place for them to go through and clean the rolls, but that process that they have to go through and clean out those rolls is so laborious and so ridiculous. I mean, it's nearly impossible for them to want to, or to have the ability to remove somebody. They give so much deference to keeping people on the rolls, and that's why the bloating is always happening. We've seen it. I mean, I think it's Harmeet Dillon that's working with the DOJ, requesting the voter rolls from all the states. And there's many of the blue states are fighting in court. Many of the red states have submitted them already so that they can kind of correlate. And this is just common sense. That you should have to. I mean, this is another thing that's frustrating. If there's very few people that really give a shit, right? I mean, 350 million people in the United States, and the last couple elections were allegedly super high turnout, in the 150-ish or so million people voting, so that's less than half. And then, with what Scott said, 30 to 40 million we know. So, I mean, there's still 100 million people that are voting, or 200 million people that are voting. People don't care, right? And there's a lot of people that have that apathy, that have given up. They don't even consider voting. They know it's a corrupt system, so they don't even play the game. And that's part of the problem. They should purge the rolls, and you should have to re-register. It should be, I would think it would be an obligation as a civic duty for you to be able to vote, to have to vote. Make it a national holiday. Trump's talked about that. Many people have talked about making it a national holiday, instead of, the absentee voting that just we know is rife with criminality. That needs to be curtailed back to what it was supposed to be. Right? Overseas people, disabled people, very specific and intentional reasons why people would get a mail-in ballot. Not just send out a ballot to every friggin' address that's in the state, and then you got people sitting there collecting them. We've seen it, California specific, even just recently. They're paying homeless people to sign these petitions to get these things on the voter roll or on the ballot. These initiatives. California's constitution is pretty clear, and it's very easy for we the people to take control and get stuff on, but they have manipulated, obfuscated, and stolen that ability, and they're just paying homeless people to sign fake names on these things to get stuff on the ballot. So, until we can get something straightened out, man, we're facing an uphill battle. I see slow progress happening, but it's not quick enough to happen for these midterms, and that's one of the scariest things that's could potentially happen is they steal it. We lose the House and or the Senate, and then it's over for doing anything with Congress, because then everything in the next 2 years is going to be impeachments and prosecutions and dragging Trump and his family and everybody that's associated with Trump into Congress and doing all these bullshit hearings. So we have to step up, and there's just not enough people willing to put their life or put their money where their mouth is and stand up. So this is where the battle that we have between now and November to try to get this thing to happen.
Yeah, for sure. But a lot of you guys understand construction, building cars, and so on and so forth. When it's a mess, you bring it down to its foundation, and you have to rebuild it. But on Earth, I wouldn't understand why we wouldn't just do the same thing with the voter rolls in the election system. It's just bring it down to its foundation and just rebuild it. It seems like a no-brainer. We know why we won't do it, because there's so much corruption involved. Michael, as an ex-Californian, perched on the other side of the border, stalking California from your site, what do you think?
That's true. I am stalking. So waiting for you to win so I can come back. So this goes it's a lot bigger. It's a lot bigger than California. It's a lot bigger than the United States. It's deep state activities, CIA level stuff. So I can take you guys back several years, all the way back to 2004 and 5, when I was in Afghanistan, talking to the chief of station, who's I can't tell you who he was, but because I don't want to give him away. But he told me that the election would be won by Hamid Karzai, and it was won. And there was no way he could win, because there was enough of the bad guys that were going to come in and vote that they would have put whoever they wanted in, and that wouldn't have been good. So I started to see that this manipulation goes around the world, and President Trump, God bless him, he found his way into through the system to the top, and now we're collapsing the system. Will it be soon enough by the midterms. If it's not, then we're going to lose California for sure. It will be gone forever. It will be problems within many other states that are deeply rooted in deep state activities. And it goes even further again, because you see in California where your governor has basically hijacked the infrastructure for fuel. So now we're in the Middle East again. And I think Trump, just like he did with Operation Warp Speed, he accelerated that takedown of America in the world so that it would put them off footing and eventually collapse their desire to control the world. If Hillary had won, it definitely would have been. So now I think he's basically accelerated another takedown of the world, very, very similar to what we saw in the lockdowns back in 2001. So this time they're going to do it with no fuel, all right? So they're going to try and take out the fuel. It's already happening. Australia is already starting to lock down to a certain extent. Shelves empty. It's the same process, probably worse, unfortunately, that's coming for us. So drawing the light to this early on, hopefully, we'll continue to be able to do this because, they took us all down when we were trying to warn everybody back then. So I'm putting out the warning right now. We're heading for another lockdown, right? It is coming. It's a tsunami that's coming. And if we get to the high ground right now, we'll survive it. But unless we do, we won't. And people like yourself, Lewis, whether you win or not, you're bringing enough attention to this. I know God talked to you and had you come and run. So maybe you're going to get to the top. Maybe you bring enough information to turn things around. I know that President Trump has also started the fuel, the oil, to start to flow again offshore. So will the environmentalists come in and shut that down again like they have in the past? I don't know. It's probably in the court system right now trying to stop it. But it's probably California will be the first to start to ration, I would say, because you have a governor there that's running for president, and he wants to make an impact. So it's you guys in California, and I'm watching from the other side. I'm like, oh, buddy, here we go again.
It's interesting to say that being a native of California, I actually grew up through gasoline rationing in the 70s, where it was, I remember it was, if you had an odd number on your plate, you can go Monday, Wednesday, I think Friday, and even number could be Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, something to that effect. Now, here's what's interesting, and this is the lack of common sense from the deep state. So for some reason, they thought the best thing to do is have you go every other day to the gas station. Somehow that rations gas, and you're going to use less gas, but you're sitting in a line that's a mile long with your car on, getting to the pump. Even when I was a kid, I'm like, how is this saving gasoline? It's ludicrous. And we jump through the hoops and so on and so forth. I could absolutely see that around the corner. Now, this is where we have to inject some common sense, and I wish sometimes, and I know, okay, let's assume there's a plan. If there's a plan, I'm wrong. But if there's not a plan, Trump could do better at the messaging from his standpoint. So, for example, suddenly gas prices, especially in California, have just skyrocketed ever since we bombed Iran, right? Well, but people need to know that Iran controls virtually no oil. They have about 10% output, and that's just in the Middle East alone. That's it. And it takes 6 months for you to process oil, refine it, ship it, and get it actually to a pump. So it's ludicrous for it to even affect us financially here almost ever, but immediately, that's the game that they've been playing for so long. Scott, you're an oil country. What do you think about that?
100%, which actually kind of surprised me. I didn't realize that they're at a 10%, production distribution capacity. I guess you're talking world supply. kind of surprising.
No, that's just Middle East. That's just the Middle East. They don't have much of a world supply.
Okay. Well, with the so many things about this Iran, incursion operation, whatever, that are starting to mystify me. Honestly, so many things I'm seeing out there, and it's really, really difficult to figure out what the truth is with all of it. But the further we go in this, the deeper the reasons are why we're there, in my opinion, because, I've looked at this thing from any perspective I've had for the last 30 years. And there's some things that don't make sense to me. Some things are disconcerting. And I just have to keep, relying back on the intelligence we saw. And I was actually running a search here on that intelligence to see where it was, where there was a drop. And I did find it talking about midterms potentially being pushed. And seeing where that, in one of these drops, it talks about, it's going back to the Mueller days, and it talks about, why did Sessions pick Rosen? Few have facts, few know the plan, and it says midterms in red, and it says in the brackets, save and push. So I'm wondering if there's a staging going on here, back to the midterm thing. So there's so many forces in play to this operation that it's hard for even me to get a handle on. I think there's a primary, secondary, and tertiary reasons why this is happening, right, in that scope. So that really doesn't answer your question. I was a little distracted trying to get that information to talk about these midterms. So
it actually makes, well, it's interesting because I actually, believe it or not, when I announced my running last June, I said I still wouldn't be surprised if the midterms were suspended. That was almost a year ago, because you can see this thing bubbling up. But in regards to Iran, and I'll bring it over to Bruce, this is a what if scenario. And I don't know why I believe this. I'm listening to the rhetoric from the White House, and I said a long time ago, I believe there's a Trojan horse thing where they're cozying up to Israel while they're completely removing the infrastructure that supports Israel, all the finances and the media and so on and so forth. I think it's a Trojan horse. This is a what if, and I was telling somebody this yesterday, and they were blown away. And this is just a what if. I believe it's possible because I've heard President Trump talk about denuclearization. I've heard the Prime Minister Modi of India talk about denuclearization, and Putin has kind of mentioned it a couple times. Imagine that we go in there, and he's already announced that we've set back around 30 years on their nuclear weapons program. Okay, so that's already done. What if now, with the way Israel behaves, we somehow, with the rest of the Arab countries, can pressure Israel and the Arab countries into denuking? India already has said that this is maybe something they'd want to do in the future. Well, we know the reason why Pakistan has nukes is because of India. So India and Pakistan can come to agreement, and they denuke. Russia and United States do it, and they have to somehow pressure China and do it. What if this whole plan, or part of it, because I agree with you, there's so many subsets of stories that could happen here, Scott. What if this really comes down to denuclearizing the world? And why that could be possible is because we have direct energy weapons now that, by the way, have been shown publicly that we've proven we don't even have to have nukes to make pinpoint strikes. I believe, and then you can imagine, and I said this to my wife, you can imagine Trump has denuclearized the whole world, and the crazy, whacked up, blue-haired liberals, some of them will still have an issue with that. But it's just a thought. And let's start with you, Bruce, and let's just play around with this. It's just something seems like it's a lot bigger than we know right here.
Oh, 100% is way bigger than we know. And there are certain people, because I scan everything. I look at try to find I need all the data that I can get, because we know that there is mis and disinformation on both sides, and the propaganda is thick on both sides. But if you really pull back and take the 30,000-40,000 foot view, what you said, I believe, is ultimately that may not be the ultimate end game of denuclearization, but it's not no secret that you mentioned, or not no coincidence that you mentioned India, because India is part of the sovereign alliance that we've been aware of, being Russia, Putin, Moody, Trump, and the guy in Iraq. Right, so there is bigger things going on, and this play in Iraq or Iran is not about solely about energy. It's more about exposing and defanging, if you will, and putting. It's been a pincher movement. They think this. The deep state thinks that this was they set up Trump to get into this forever war. But really, it's a reverse pincher type movement, because he has exposed and is continuing to expose the fallacy and all the BS that's going on in the European Union, the NATO, and then the oil stuff. They're starving. We, the United States, have been the slush fund for the entire world. We have, forked the bill. Forked over the bill for all the military stuff. Every time these guys get, something a little scary going on, they call it, United States comes in to save the day. Well, that's not that. We are in the process of defanging and exposing the European Union, and we're bringing back every country needs to be sovereign on its own. So this is the play. The one world order, the new world government, the European Union was kind of that. Initial, trial type of thing to start to grow, but no, we're going to be taking that down. This is the things that. So if you look, I read a couple of Substacks. One of them, I really, really like this guy. He goes by the Substack. His name it's called Burning Bright, is the name of the Substack, and he has been writing, narratives and things like that. He's been watching and seeing, and the stuff that Trump is saying is really mind-boggling to people, because he's saying things are on both sides of his mouth, right? He's de-escalating, he's escalating to de-escalate. He's saying one thing and then another thing, which seems to be completely contrary. But this is all on purpose. I've seen it, and I resonate with it within my being, because you can, that's what we need to do, because all this chaos that's seemingly going on all around us, we need to focus and be connected to our creator, source, God, whatever you want, because that's the ultimate source of truth. And you learn and develop that intuition. And Michael's an expert at that type of stuff, to be able to see through all the bullshit. So, this play in Iran is, I believe, for a denuclearization, a world peace type of situation. And it's going to come down to instead of being a unipolar, one world government type of thing, it's going to be a multipolar. All these countries are going to get their sovereignty back, and you can see it. People are rising up. The populist movement that's happening in Germany, Europe is basically crashing and burning. They've gone all in on that green new scam and new energy. Now the oil's dried up for them, and Trump says, "Hey, if you want the oil, you got to go get it yourself. I'm not going to be your enforcer anymore." So this is all exposing, and this is what I'm seeing from that perspective.
Michael, it seems to me that the more President Trump aligns with Israel, the more Israel deep state seems to get exposed. And with your master discernment, what's your thought about what's going on over there?
Yeah, having been in the Middle East for a good portion of my life, in combat zones and so forth, and training with the Middle Easterners, and so I can tell you that Iran by far is the fomenter of the terrorism. So once we take away that, then the Middle East is basically going to be great. Still have to clean up some of the radicals, but a lot of the countries outside of Iran, keep a pretty good tab on them, keep control of the radicals in their own way. So I think that this is basically, like Bruce is talking about, it's a takedown of the nuclear system. That's why we went into Iran to take it down. We're exposing NATO, like Bruce was talking about as well. I think we're probably going to pull out of NATO because NATO won't even let us, like, on the bases that we have in NATO. So they're telling us, unless you're supporting us in the stuff that we want, we're not going to support you. So it's pretty much a done deal. We're going to pull out of NATO. I've been saying that for a little while now. Now, oil production, the U.S. has the largest oil production in the world, 21.91 million barrels per day. The next one is 11.13, that's Saudi Arabia, and Russia has 10.75. So 22% of the world total comes from the U.S., which is more than the next two, Saudi Arabia and Russia. Now, we use 20% of what we produce, so we don't need anything from any. In fact, we're exporting and doing a really good job. Probably these numbers are even higher because I'm looking at the best I could do is April 2024. So Trump's back in, and Trump is like, drill, baby, drill. So there's a lot more oil out there now than it was back in 2024 coming from America. Now, Trump has talked about how he had, he was dealing in the background to end this war. The person that was doing the dealing was a Pakistani general who Israel blew up. So, the deep state is still active here. And even with our best made plans to end this, like Trump looked like he was moving towards ending this, it just got foiled by the deep state from Israel. So, yeah, we have deep state here, of course. Pretty much all of our Congress and Senate is deep state. We need to clean that out. So I think most of those people are treasonous. So when does that get exposed? I think it's going to start getting exposed this month. So, things are really going to start to cook. I did a show yesterday morning, and there was so much information coming in, like the pilot, that had ejected from two pilots that ejected from their craft. They said they found one, and then they said they found the other, and now they're saying the other one's still out there. I'm like, the disinformation is so fast and so furious. It's hard to keep up with. So I was going to go live, and it's like an hour later, after I was like, digging up more information, I went live. So it's coming so fast and so furious right now, the destruction of the deep state, and then the trying to soften the blow. I guess the deep state is trying to say, well, we're still in charge and we're doing this. We're shooting down planes now in Iran, while the IRGC is starting to mutiny and starting their own little civil war against each other. So how long is this going to last? I say probably a couple, 2-3 more weeks, but we'll see.
Can't wait till you see a couple pilots jettisoned from the Artemis rocket. That real rocket going to the real moon. Scott,
allegedly.
You have some incredible spiritual discernment that we've talked about before, and publicly a lot of people have seen your journey, which is it's really cool. I want to mention something in chat, and I want you to speak to this. It's from Kathy Weber. She says, we are deep in labor pains of this new birth of the new nations. Having to take out the evil and world peace has to happen to move this world on to this jubilee God promised us. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh,
Yeah, I think
all of us. Oh,
go ahead, Mike.
Go, Scott.
No, I want to hear your thoughts, Mike. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I think that all of us are on the same opinion that, we're moving into a golden age. Renaissance in consciousness is what I've called it for quite some time, for almost a decade now. So we're definitely moving into this golden age. But, of course, the birthing pains that we're going through right now, it's pretty dramatic, and it won't be traumatic, but it will be dramatic. Unfortunately, for some, they're not going to make it because their consciousness is at the level that it needs to be, and there's going to be a fall off. We've already seen a fall off from the vax. There's even more people that are falling off from that. As the days go by, unfortunately. But that is part of the discernment. So the discernment has to happen, and that's part of the raising of the consciousness. As your consciousness raises, you're able to discern the little clues that President Trump gives us, that I say this, but it's not what it really is. So you have to be able to discern, the conversations that are happening. And some people are just like, they just want to hear what they want to hear and then just go on with life. And that's very tragic for them often. But yeah, I think we're going into a golden age. No question about it.
Yeah, I do too. Two comments. on this Iran conflict, and then I'll answer that, Lewis. I like, the ladies at Promethean Action. To me, what they're exposing makes the most sense. This entire operation and all the things that are coming off the hub of the wheel, the spoke in every direction, this is the takedown of empire. This is a takedown of the British Empire, who's always used its proxies, i.e. Iran, i.e. Israel, all their proxies to carry out this chaos on the planet. And that's how they always keep us, focused on, look, if we're supremely focused on collectively on a certain dynamic in the world of geopolitics, you can rest assured that is not the real center point of what we should be talking about. Usually diversions. I think a lot of this stuff that, like we talked earlier, many things are happening here in this operation and what's going on. Look, the fact of the matter is, you want to get biblical, we do not move into this age until Israel's wiped off the map. Everybody runs around being a Christian. Again, I'm born again Christian since I was 14. I studied divinity for 20 years. That's why I threw the Bible overboard, or God overboard, in 1999, walked away, and quantum physics became my new Bible. I literally said, F you, I'm done, drop the anvil, because it was tearing my soul apart. Trying to be a good man and being told, you have an angry and a vengeful God. You need to fear God. I'm God fearing. I'm like, fear is of the devil. This is all program bullshit. And if I forget this, Poppy, bring me back to sand in the gears, because I need to throw some sand in the gears of this conversation. But here's the thing. I'm on the phone yesterday with two good friends of mine, Anthony and Rick, and they get together. They want an update. Like, what did you get? I had 2 hours with Juan a couple nights ago, and got a lot of information, and they wanted to know. And of course, we're talking about the dynamics of this thing, but it turned into me getting half a gasket was starting to come apart. And I went on this rant about, the Bible and Christians and all this kind of stuff, and pointing out the bullshit in the Bible and the things I was saying. They got quiet. But one of these guys, he cuts you off all the time. He's so excited and excitable. And he's like, his vibration is like this all the time. It's first time I heard this man. I love this man. First time I've ever heard him quiet for 10 minutes. When this gasket went on me, and I'm just laying so much shit down, and I'm thinking, I don't have these things bookmarked in my studies and all my notes and can go down through this sequence. When it happens and it's done and smoke's coming out of my ears, I'm like, Jesus, where'd that come from? Right. And that's why I think there's like a divine guidance system that if you're awake, it'll work for you. But I was hitting everything that would probably get most people in trouble, the things that I was saying. But it slammed both of these guys, and it resonated, and they could see the field of religion, the field of Christianity, or whatever, the smoke clearing. It's like, cut the bullshit, turn the other. If somebody hits you, turn the other cheek. Oh, really? That's what I'm supposed to. Somebody punch me in the face. Here, hit me over here. If I turn the other cheek, it's because I'm reaching for a ball bat to take your head off. Did Christ act that way? Did he act that way? Thank God he didn't, because the world would be completely burning in hell now. He didn't turn the other cheek. He went into their temple. He beat their asses. People don't talk about. He beat their asses and threw them out, smashed their tables. That is what Christianity is. It's a full contact operation. It's an action plan. And this is how we have to behave to take this empire down. It's got to be not just, as I said before, we can take empire down with military operations and all that. But if we don't have this spiritual ascension, if we don't have this great awakening, they'll be back in power in 50 or 100 years. So and at the end of the day, after this conversation, and I said, guys, this is the only reason that I can tell you, since they stole the 2020 election, and before that, but I've been in absolute peace ever since. And I see all this now. That chaos has been part of my whole life in the political world, from 1990 till 2006, when I walked away because I realized it was a crime scene, until Trump announced, like right up until then, chaos. Trump comes in, I see the speech, he runs, and it's like the vibration goes up. I'm thinking, oh my God, it's really happening. There's the guy that I never saw coming. And then, of course, 2020 happens, and I was like, here we go. This is awesome. And that's why I did that podcast. It just went nuclear, right? I didn't plan on doing that. And I I don't even talk about the midterms. I'm not worried about it. I don't care what happens in the midterms. I do, but regardless of what happens, it ain't gonna make a difference. This is our time. We are rising in the angelic form right now. Look around you, folks. Look at the attention. The people in the world are looking at geopolitical conflicts, this whole thing. And I really think there's as they're deconstructing empire, it's gaining the attention of everybody. It don't matter if it's a negative or a positive vibration attention they have looking at it. They're looking at it. They're coming awake. People are waking up. So the thing that I would say as far as wanting, and again, I just don't have any concerns. Oh, we can take an ass kicking. Yeah. I think we're going to have the bond collapse. That was what I talked to Juan about for an hour. The bond collapse is catastrophic. It's going to be 60 times worse than 2008. We had 24 hours. That's it.
I can't hear Scott. Can you hear Scott still?
He froze up on my end.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they liked what I said. I saw it's all kind. I went silent on mine. But anyway,
you said 24 hours and then you froze.
Yeah, it's 24 hours. I guess they didn't like because everybody's screen went into buffering. I'm like, this is coming out anyways.
Yeah.
So they had 24 hours to pull off their crime scene to pad all these banks. If they didn't do it, Juan told me it would be catastrophic, right, to the whole world. This time, when it gets to that point, he talked to Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan personally. And he said, yeah, the bond collapse is coming. 5 weeks, 5 months, 5 years, we don't know. 60 times worse, I'll have about 15 minutes. So I've said before, until we all collectively take an ass kicking, we are not going to wake up out of this thing, right? So I hate to say it, but I think that's coming. And I think I was saying this 6 years, it has to happen because we are still complacent on this planet. To where if we just all rise up collectively, or at least 1/100th% of the planet rises up, just like this, it's over. They'll go in full retreat because they know there's nowhere to hide. There's too many people, but we still can't get people. I mean, there's millions, probably 100 million people out there today joining the fight. It's a lot, but we need more. But until we get to that point, to be smashed in the forehead, to wake up out of the dream spell that the whole planet's in, that they built, to contain us, we can't get to that new age, the new era of poverty or peace for everybody and everything. But here's one thing I'm going to throw in here. We can keep talking about oil all day long, right? We can do this for another 50 years, this back and forth oil energy. Look, we've got enough oil in the Bakken oil fields in the Dakotas. The U.S. Geological Survey released this in the 90s. There's 300 years worth of energy at the current state back around 2000. 300 years worth of oil up there for the whole freaking world, right? So ask yourself, if we have that much oil, why were we buying from Middle East or anywhere else? It's their game. It's their architecture. It's this whole thing. How do we end that? Really simple. Let's have 1 billion people say, cut the bullshit. Where is 0 point energy? Why can't we have it? We don't need to have wars and oil discussions. Give me the theory of magnetism in front of the whole world. You can't get an education. You can't get a class in high school, in college. You can't get a degree in magnetism. That's Tesla's entire work, right? But yet there's nowhere on earth that they will teach us about this infinite loop of energy. That's why you see these people create these free energy devices. We got a couple magnets and they wire this thing up and then they boom, just kick it off. And the magnet keeps pulling it back and forth. It'll go forever, right? Which can do what? Turn a little turbine, create energy. Right. So if we want to, yes, we have to talk about the oil situation. All this stuff is part of our exposure, awakening, or whatever. But we as a human species need to say, all that going on over there, gas price going up. Hey, cut the bullshit. Where is 0 point technology? You got it up there. You got it in places on the planet. You guys have been using it forever. You're hiding it. We don't need to have this discussion. Where is my 0 point energy, free energy, right?
Well, that's part of the system, the deep state system that they put upon us that we've been living under since the dawn of time, pretty much. It's engineered scarcity. This whole oil thing is a psyop And then we see the gas prices, here in Florida, it's like 420 or something. You see the gas prices, oh crap, so we get into this fear flight mode. And it's all that these guys do is this fake psyop crap. It's all engineered scarcity when we do not have to live there. We can have a life of abundance if we choose to. And we got to, the problem is fighting and taking these people down. I believe Trump is starting that process. But like Scott said, it's going to take a huge number of people finally standing up and saying, "Fork off! I'm not going to play the game anymore." And then that's when it changes.
Yeah, let me touch on a couple of things that Scott says because it's fascinating conversations. You hit on a lot, but real quick, in regards to the bonds, I actually worked directly with the attorney that's been investigating and trying to get these bonds, the infiltrators, prosecuted. There is a fix there, and actually, I had this discussion with Juan just about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, that we keep avoiding, and we keep saying the fix is more taxes. Michael, I think you may have heard me say this. You have to clean your own house up first. So in California, WARF, which I've named waste, abuse, redundancy, and fraud, is probably about 75%, right? So you get rid of the WARF, and now you have a surplus immediately where you can start addressing these things. We never talk about cleaning our house up. We always talk about going back to the people to fix the problems that the deep state has created, which is just disgusting to me. That's one. In regards to 0 point energy, you and I have talked about this in extent, Scott. We are on the same page. Absolutely, the 0 point energy. I'm blessed now that I'm actually talking to some people that are involved in that. Now, they don't want to come out public. We know why, but these are discussions we're having. But there's even a bridge to 0 point energy that at least people should talk about, and that's SMR type technology, small modular reactors that could be put in the ground and use the existing infrastructure. That's going to cut everything by 50%. I personally have seen equipment that we can build on landfills that has a 97.5% usage of the landfill, turning that into energy, which would reduce our energy by 60%. At minimum, we could do that to get away from all this oil talk, reduce it while we are building 0 point energy. Now, why am I saying we use a bridge there? Because if true 0 point energy is an individual operation where every single home can have their own energy source, right? It's going to take 20 to 30 years probably to lay it out completely to get to that point. It is very important that we get there. Why are they so afraid of 0 point energy? Because that is true sovereignty right there. If you can produce energy at your own house, you can virtually do anything right there, and you need zero government intervention whatsoever. And I mean, even powering your own direct energy weapons to protect your property. That's how far it can go if you do 0 point energy.
Look how big Mike's smile got right there. You said that.
Yeah, right.
personal due system on my property.
That one, yeah.
Right. It makes sense, right, Mike? So
yeah, absolutely.
And then real quick, I want to touch on, I don't want to gloss over your conversation on Bible and Christianity, because in my opinion, it's always been man's manipulation of the word that's been the problem. And I'm going to use my favorite scripture by far is Matthew 5:5, the meek shall inherit the earth. Well, we've been brainwashed and psyoped to think that meek means docile and weak throughout time. What a great way. And you know what's proof of this? Only 22% of Christians come out to vote. The lowest demographic out of all demographics in voting. Christians are 22% because they're told, just pray, everything's going to be fine. But if you really study the origins of the word meek, it's fantastic. Even going from the Greek translation, it was a horse called praus. That was a war horse. That was the war horse in the stable that did what? Protected all the other war horses. That's what meek means, right? Moses walked through the desert 40 years. He was called meek. Well, you've got some big balls to be able to do that, in my opinion. Jesus called himself meek. Christ, which is the truth, in my opinion, Christ, and that word means a lot if people really want to look into it. Christ called himself meek, and he's flipping over tables. So It's the man's manipulation for control. And I'll leave you guys with this one part. There's a passage in the Bible that my wife talked about that all the new Bibles, it's being eliminated. And it's Matthew 17:21, because it talks about how we can fast and manifest through prayer. Interesting that they've removed that. If you go to the KIVs and all the new Bibles, 17:21, it goes from 17:20 and it skips to 17:22. Because the most powerful stuff that gives us personal autonomy and sovereignty, that's the stuff that man wants to keep us from. And people say, Lewis, you're not a Christian because you don't go to church. I don't go to church in except there's one church in Yuba City that I do attend because he's very awake, and he's actually endorsed me. But I don't go to church because I don't believe that I need a conduit between myself and Christ. I believe we're directly connected there.
You are the church. That's what Christ told us. It isn't a building. It isn't a location and somebody you have to listen to. Look, I go to Pastor Bob's church. It's the one church I go to. I consider him a good friend, and I love what his message is. God's inside of you. He said, and Christ said, the kingdom of heaven is within. They make us think it's an external place we're going to. And I understand I'm rattling a lot of cages here. They believe it's an external. They want us focused. I mean, think about it, folks. There's a mansion for you and streets paved with gold. In a realm like that, who the hell needs a street, let alone paved with gold? What good is that? That's a matrix mindset. You need a mansion? I mean, this is all matrix construct, and they have us in one, and they think, well, you're not going to get it here, but you'll get it there. So just sit back and pray and take a beating. We parrot this stuff all of our lives because we believe it's all true. And I've thrown this wrench out at every major church stage in the country I've been on, which was many of these big ones. The whole Reawaken America tour for 2 years was many of these were big church stages. And I've said it every time with pastors sitting in the front row and telling the crowd, folks, the single worst thing that has ever happened to the human species is religion, right? Because our creator is not going to throw down 3 major religions, and it's now branched out to $26,000 sects of religions. Would you do that to your kids? Would you confuse them? That it's absurd. It's all absurd. And I've said before, look, if it was all 100% the reality of truth of the consciousness of Christ and our Creator was always there and all of it in its full power and animals every year. Obviously, it isn't. So therefore, we don't have the full picture. And that full picture is that Christ said, the church is the people that follow Christ's message, which is what? The overarching construct of the quantum realm of all of God's creation. It's let's call it a system or an architecture. You work in concert with it, and you can create anything. You can manifest anything. Consciousness, manifestation. Those are all the things that Christ talked about. If you work against it, it's always an uphill battle of defeat. So if we're anchored in this psychology of religion, or whatever you want to call it, even Christianity, we're so far off base of that too, because we're nullifying the power of Christ's life and his message, right? And because if we truly had it all, we would be walking on water. What's that? A high frequency vibration that can allow the quantum physics. Christ was bringing a message to the world. Stop listening to their bullshit. Here's how creation works. Here is God's work. I am here to show you. Everything's a metaphor. I am the Son of God, right? I'm the Son of God. We all are, right? So we're sons and daughters of our Creator. We are made in the likeness and image, which means what? We can do exactly the same thing our Creator has done. We're all co-creators, sub-creators, and do what Christ did. But we can't get to the baseline of all of that truth. And believe me, I love living in Texas. I'm in the Bible Belt, but I don't go to church. Why? I don't need to. Like Lewis said, I don't need an intermediary. But I love that Cowboys ask me, "Hey, did you find a church here now? Now that you live here?" I'm not pressured. I don't feel pressured. No, I don't. Not yet. But I love that they ask me, because what does that mean? Good men and good people and women want to live a godly life. I love being in that vibration, that environment. So folks need to wake up to that too. We are the church of Christ. Us. right? The carriers of the Christ consciousness. Anyways, I got to rein myself in most every time I open my mouth because I just can't, I get so rattled because it's like, how can we not see this as a human species? But we are getting there.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, one of the biggest challenges I see for sure is the intercession of the churches where they want to put the person at the front and the church before God. And there's history of this, and the Jesuit army was created because Ignatius of Loyola was asked to by the Pope at the time to take care of the Protestants that were saying, Pope, don't put yourself and don't put the Catholic Church before God. God comes first, right? There, that was the answer. So I have no challenge with the church if they're saying you have a direct connection to God, but we're just worshiping together, right? That's cool. But unfortunately, a lot of what I see in many churches are exactly the opposite, where they, for some reason, I don't even know if they believe it, but they know there's control when they're their intercessor between the church. And that's where, between you and God directly, that's where I have a huge problem. So do I have a problem with church? No, I do actually. I believe church is between the temples, but that's my own personal belief. But I've been to some phenomenal churches, but they have the same belief system that I have, and they don't feel like they're the intercessor. But unfortunately, most religions and most churches, it's a control mechanism, and that's really the challenge that I see. Michael, what do you have to say about this? And we'll go to Bruce.
Yeah, that's the unfortunately, I think most religions are control mechanisms, like we're all talking about. We've all talked about this for a long time, but helping people see that because of the MK Ultra, they're fabulous at MK Ultra in churches. I like to go to church, occasionally. It's great communion, great people, high morals, but even some, like Scott talks about, some of those people can be, I'm sorry, like Nazis, right? So, and kind of not sorry, really. You need the real truth. You need the hard truth sometimes. But I agree with you. The real temple is in between your temples, and your connection to God, like my connection to God, has been phenomenal over time, and that's because of my desire to have that connection and my willingness to go outside of the church and explore those potentials. And I feel that I have a very rich connection with Source, with Jesus, and on and on and on. They're there for you. But the church is intermediary, which basically blocks a lot of that.
Bruce.
But
Yep.
get everybody angry.
Truth right there. Truth right there. The good grief. Yeah. This is, again, part of the whole deep state controlling mechanism they put on us, where they have implanted in us a need for a savior complex. And it's not only within the church, but it also, you can see it expanding out where Trump is like that. He's almost, he's like the second coming. Some people within the MAGA movement have almost put Trump as he's a cult figure, right? He's a cult figure. And there's even a faction of people within the truther community who believe that he is, tied to somehow to the Jesus bloodline, and he actually really is the second coming. I don't believe that myself, and I could be wrong. I don't have that information, but it just doesn't make any sense. But the controlling mechanism, like Michael talked about, is 100% true. That we have everything that we need. When Jesus was on the cross and he said it's finished, that pretty much says it right there. It was done. We don't need anything else. We have everything inside of us. If anybody wants to, Q talks about many times expanding your thinking, question everything, but yet you can't. Here's the thing about propaganda too. When you start to question Christianity or the Bible, that's just like, oh, sacrilege, man. You're a heretic, for questioning any of this type of stuff. But we're told to question everything. And if people really want to do some research and find out, go within yourself and look. I mean, just one story, the story of Noah and the that they believe that's a factual situation. The story of Noah and the flood predates the Bible by thousands of years, and AI has proved that they can see that this was a crafted story that they inserted into the Bible for that situation. So I mean, there's tons of stuff but you can't believe me. I'm not expecting to change your mind, but you need to take control of yourself and, go within yourself to find out and question it. I might be wrong. You might be wrong. It doesn't matter about who's being right. And that's the thing about truth. Truth is a little bit different for everybody, and everybody's on a different level and believes things in a certain different way. But the things that you cannot deny, the settled science, if you will, the truth, the universal laws, common law, natural law, those things are cemented. You cannot, the law of polarity, the law of cause and effect, all these different things that the church, labels as occult, that we're devil worshipers, because I have a crystal sitting on my desk. It's a cult, and that all the word occult, that's a fearful thing. You're worshiping the devil. Right, the New Age movement, all this stuff. They use these words, and all the word means, occult, is just hidden knowledge. Yeah, absolutely, it's hidden knowledge because the church and the people that are controlling you within the church are hiding the knowledge of the truth of God and how He set up this whole world to be. So
52 miles of bookshelves underneath the Vatican, and the
right, absolutely, it's all there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point.
I get worked up on that one, boy.
So,
that was good.
Interesting enough, now we have a beautiful, on April 1st, launch of a Artemis that's exploring the moon. I mean, it's just so amazing that we're gonna go back to the moon since 1960. Oh, it's just amazing. I'm so excited about Artemis and the moon. And yet, so I go to NASA's feed yesterday, and somehow they're showing Artemis from about a couple hundred feet away. I'm not quite sure what camera is floating out there staring at Artemis directly. I thought that was fascinating. But they kind of had a tell on themselves, because in the upper left-hand corner, it said visualization. So they're doing this feed and this conversation where they delay the conversation, and they're talking about nothing, because I was curious. So we all know that in 1969 we landed on the moon. It was real. I don't know about these crazy naysayers that would ever say anything like that. It's fake. And of course, then we can watch that take off from the moon, those fun little sparks, and it was just incredible. What's your thought on this whole moon stuff going on right now?
My question, I have one question. Are we really going to go this time? Because with nowadays, there's more computing power in this tracking device that everybody carries around with them than there was in the multiple floors of a building that they had back then. And I've heard people say that we didn't go back because we had somehow lost the telemetry. But during the FBI raid in Mar-a-Lago, they did find the telemetry in a box in Melania's underwear drawer. So that's why we're going back. So the deep state got their telemetry back because they found it during the raid there. But it's ridiculous.
Ring. Oh, wait, hold on. Ring. Sorry, hold on. Hello, Moon? Yes. Oh, there's no delay. Wow. Because our cords, we brought that to the moon directly. Therefore, there's no delay in conversation. Hi, I'm President Nixon. It's so good to hear your voices up there. What's up, boys? Having a Heineken? I mean, what the heck?
I know. We got to retrieve the camera guy that was up there filming the thing taking off. We left somebody up there, or something. I don't know. It's really
still waiting. Yeah,
comical.
You wrote the song. I'll be waiting.
I got to eject one here at Nancy Volker 3342. Those bums ruined my Saturday cartoon time. I miss Scooby Doo. Not sure who you're calling bums, but you should take a fork and hike. Go back to Scooby Doo.
I didn't even know.
I had to do some moderating here.
I love it. Yeah, I just ignore that stuff. It's crazy though. I mean, the moon. Now, okay, I'll look from a pragmatic standpoint, from the mainstream point of view, but I can't get over. There's no way that the first moon landing ever happened, based on all the information we have. That would be the first Apollo moon landing. I'll let other people argue within our community about the other ones, or whether there is a moon or a disk or whatever they want to argue about. But in fact, I posted yesterday, I said, instead of having me prove that we didn't go, why don't y'all give me proof that we did go in 1969? Because there's just no real proof. It's all just fakery, in my opinion. And here's what's interesting, and I'll turn it over to you guys. Did you know that 2 days ago, when the Artemis astronaut was actually interviewed?
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, you're exactly. Yep.
Yeah, he said this is the first time we've been into what is it? Their inner orbit, and the first time we've been this close to the moon. And he's the astronaut.
I saw that.
Boom! Right.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I checked to make sure it wasn't AI. Yeah, it's a total psyop. It's crazy. Mike, we know you've been to the moon and back, so why don't you give us your opinion on this one?
Yeah, so there's a lot of disinformation, and everything. I think that there is a possibility that we have been to the moon, and maybe we're going to the moon, because I saw Osama bin Laden an hour after his side of his head was blown off. But was that really him? I'm very skeptical at this point. So over time, we kind of learn these things. Now, were some of the movies that were made, that we know that they're movies now, were they made in case there was a problem, and then they would just keep the show going? It's a possibility. I don't know. But NASA, it was started by the Nazis, and Operation Paperclip brought all the scientists over. So von Braun, all those guys are, Werner von Braun, all those guys are very suspect to me. So everything they did at this point is very suspect to me. So is it a possibility? Now, when I was eating my morning cereal and watching the moon landing, I was enthralled. I thought it was real. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that's come out since then that makes me very skeptical, like all of you guys. And you guys seem to be like, there's no way. So I'm kind of like in that, let's observe this and see what happens. Now, the thing that would really convince me is if they gave us some video from the other side of the moon, the dark side of the moon, because they've never done that. And so why is that so sacrosanct that they can't, do that? So they have said that they're going to have video of the dark side of the moon for this trip. So if that is the case, and if it's not AI generated, then I think it's going to help a lot of people. Now, 50 years, this thing's been shut down. 50 years, like we've all talked about, we should have free energy. We should be blasting it off everywhere throughout the galaxy at this point, the whole galaxy, not just our solar system. So it is. And is that happening on another side? I think it is, but we're not privy to it. So they've dumbed us down on this level of the Earth for a very long time. Our science is all screwed up. Our math is all screwed up. Our history is all screwed up. I think that when they finally open all this stuff, I think all of us, we've already done school, but we'll have to go back to school, and we'll want to go back to school to learn the real truth and kick the other bullshit out they taught us, and learn the real stuff. And that's going to advance humanity in and of itself on a massive scale as well.
I have a question for you, Mike. Do you think if they're going to the backside of the moon, obviously we know they're going to take video and photographs, all that. Why wouldn't you, right? So is this potentially the first step toward disclosure?
Brilliant. Good point. Because we know that Trump's doing that on a massive scale. I believe there's, bases there. I feel that I've been there on some reality, some level. So it's not a big deal to me that, all this disinformation comes out. I know there's something there. It's will it be a disclosure? Because Trump is of that mindset, just disclosing everything. And if that does happen, and we do this time, or again, who knows, land on the moon, because that's the intention. So this slingshot around the moon, they come back, and then we do a moon mission again, or for the first time. So could be good point, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and we talking about the moon brings into my mind, we haven't even talked about the Matt Gaetz bombshell that was dropped on us, the forced human alien breeding program that they got hidden around, that has been kind of supported by somebody else, Australian senator, and then the Tim Burchett interview. I'm sure everybody has seen that one on Newsmax, I think it was. Whereas I can't talk about it. I'm still a sitting member of Congress, but if you heard what I heard, the Earth would be on fire or something. People would be going crazy.
Yeah, he just said none of you would sleep at night. Whatever.
We have seen address. They've given us addresses and location where certain items, is the word he used, are. So, and then the question that comes, are these extraterrestrial, off of our planet type people, or are they other beings from outside of the ice wall within the realm here? We can go all kinds of crazy stuff. The Terra, what we see here is only a part of what's on this piece of rock that we're on. So it could be, other beings from those things, could be interdimensional stuff. That opens up a whole other can of worms of disclosure. And even, what's that guy, Scott Greer, Dr. Greer, saying that they're getting ready to bring out a huge Project Bluebeam. They've been talking about that for a while. So we got to be prepared for anything. The things are piling up, and anything can pop off at any time. It's a pot of keg, as some people said in the past. But we have to be aware, and we have to be prepared. We got to pray for and expect the best, but we also have to prepare for the worst, right? Because Michael said there's going to be, there's going to be some type of lockdown, rationing of fuel and different things. This is all probably a likely scenario, right? There's a high probability. It's a very plausible situation if you put some eyes on and look at what's really going on. So, we can talk about that if you want.
What we're doing here, though, is bringing light to the darkness, and when you do that, you help people overcome the darkness that's coming.
Right.
So they can't foment it on us because we're spreading the light, and they lose. Yep.
Light is undefeated against darkness. There is no record. It's light is undefeated against darkness. Darkness cannot exist where light is present.
Yeah, I'd say, Mike, you just said one thing that I think people need to focus on is that, remember, regardless of how rocky this gets or even scary, because even in the intel we got, the question was scare event, or I don't know if it's a question or a statement, scare event necessary. I think is what it says. Scare event necessary, question mark. You have to maintain this thought no matter what it looks like, how it feels, what we go through. And this is what I was telling the guys the other day, yesterday, the day before. We win this time. We win it all. We are taking back the planet, and we're ushering back in the Garden of Eden. And again, as I said before many times, how do you know? I can't tell you how I know. I'm just telling you, I am 1,000,000% right. We win. And when this gets rough, you have to have this mindset. Forget the fear. That's what they want. You should be excited, be prepared to endure, because you can endure more than you can possibly imagine. I've had that experience in my life, what I've had to endure. You guys have, many of the audience has, Mike has, in situations that, especially as a SEAL operator at these levels, that most men could never stand in those shoes for 5 minutes. And some of the highest level operators can't even get through that stuff. We are built to endure. That's been my message to people. You have zero idea of what you, who've never really done anything your whole life, are capable of doing or enduring or whatever. When this thing begins, just say to yourself, this is awesome. I am now seeing and part of the greatest show that humanity has ever seen or been part of. And this is the absolute beginning of their ending. This is when it's all coming down. That's how you have to see this, because it's a truth. This tumultuous time that we're going to all experience, because it's what's going to break us out of the dream spell. We're all going to feel it. We're all going to have, we're humans. We're going to have some fear. I'll have some fear. Mike will, Bruce, but we'll capture ourselves and say, oh, that's right. Nothing to be afraid of, because this is us taking it all down, and they're going to fight back, and they're going to do what they can to, create some type of destructive vibration. But just remember, this is why you should be excited. All this stuff in the world that looks like it's fearful, it is the beginning of their downfall, and we're taking it all back and bringing in the angelic realm.
Absolutely. And all the pain that we've gone through over the years, or even the past few decades, have all built us and put calluses on us for the moments that are coming. We've been prepared, and we don't even know that we're being prepared for something so special. And but nothing becomes great without being uncomfortable first. If you understand weightlifting, guys, you totally understand weightlifting. You have to put yourself through some pain in order to have the gains. You have to be willing to make yourself uncomfortable to triumph in anything whatsoever. So I would say, like they say in the military, embrace the suck. That's where we are. That's where we are right now. My admin, Christine, is asking me to play a video, I think of something Bruce did. I haven't even seen it. Don't know what it's about, but I guess here it comes.
The governor of California situation, I encourage, because Louis Herms is right now out there running around in an RV wrapped. He's going 58 counties, I think, in 30 days. He needs some help. It's over $300 a day just to put gas in the RV. And my lovely wife, Natalie, is out there helping him. I'm sacrificing my relationship with her, the time together. We're apart, so she can be out there helping him, and I can be here holding things down here in Florida. But she's driving the chaser vehicle, a pickup truck. So they're running all over, up and down California. They need donations. They need money. They need money for gas. They need money, to help bring we the people back to being in charge there in California. So you can go to Herms for Cali, Herms for FOR, Herms4Cali.com, and donate $5, $10, whatever you can afford. I know things are tight. Everybody's, pinching pennies. But if you can turn loose some of that coin and help Lewis out, that would be very, very greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you, Bruce. I didn't even know. Oh, there's the donate link. Thank you, Christine. I wasn't even aware of that. That's very cool. By the way, the beautiful lady next to me in the picture that you put up is your wife, Natalie.
Yeah, my heart goes a little pitter patter every time I see her. Ah.
And we've got a tight crew here right now. It's just absolutely amazing, and we're doing everything we possibly can. In fact, the 58 counties that we're traveling to, it's a rigorous journey, and that's just the 58 cities within the counties that have an election office that we're holding them accountable. And what we have to do is to create no impropriety whatsoever. When we stop at those, I'm not Lewis running for governor anymore. I'm Lewis, a resident of California. In fact, we even change the banners on the podium when we speak to make sure there's no impropriety there whatsoever, and it's completely nonpartisan. So helping us fund that is huge. In California, this will blow you away. It takes, depending on where you are, it can take up to $480 to $500 just to fill this RV. And it is absolutely phenomenally expensive. And all we're trying to do is just bring transparent elections to California. And we get a lot of verbal support, but we don't get much financial support. And it's hardship on the family. So Bruce, I appreciate you bringing that up. I had no idea. Thank you, brother. That was awesome. And Christina was really pushing me to show this, so she must have already seen it. So guys, I think we all agree we're in some form of a transitional period here. Let's start with Bruce, go to Michael, and then Scott. Give us your wise words of what's going to help the people get through this, and what did you think your outlook on the other side of this is? Let's go with you, Bruce.
I'll start with the end first. The outlook on the other side is glorious. It's going to be amazing. We are in this beginning of the golden age. Trump calls it that, the age of Aquarius. If you look and study some of that solar astrological type stuff, nothing can stop what is coming. We are going to win this, as Scott said. All of us have said we all have that positive outlook. But this transition, there is going to be some bumpy times till we get to that place. And so the best thing that we can do, rather than just sitting around our couch and consuming podcasts and being entertained, having our ears tickled, like it says in the Bible, why don't we do something that's going to further push that ball down the road? We need to start pulling the rope in the same direction. So what I've chosen to do for my personal situation is to turn inward. I need to be the best Bruce Poppy that I can absolutely fucking be. I need to be the best human. I was frustrated. I was just upset. February 2023. I was crying out, how do we get through this? Nothing was happening. The arrests weren't happening. This and that. I tend to be on this emotional roller coaster because that's just how I am a little bit. But I was crying out, well, how do we get through this? And one word came to me. I've said this many times. It's connections. We get through this through connections. I was like, connections? What does that mean? I need a little bit more detail, please. And then it started to flesh out. We need to be connected to, as I said earlier, God, our source, creator, universe, however you want to put it, our higher power, because that is the ultimate source of truth. That is the ultimate source of love. Mike always talks about being in the love bubble. That's how you're going to get into that love bubble, is being connected to that. Then the second connection, there's three connections. The second connection, we need to connect it to ourselves. I need to find out who is Bruce Poppy at my core, not who Lewis wants me to be, not who the society, not who my wife wants me to be, these masks that we put on, these roles that we play. I need to find out, who am I? Peel back the layers of the onion, get in touch with that. And then the third connection, once you're doing that, then you can step out and then you get connected to other people. You start finding your tribe. You start, being around like-minded people. And I'm not talking about a bunch of groupthink, cult-minded, yes people. We're all just, just as bad as the Democrats, but we got we're on the conservative side of things, because there's people that do that too. They all buy into everything, and they're just a bunch of lemmings. Doesn't matter. The party is a two-party system is a joke anyway. It's another psyop control mechanism, but that's how we do it. We got to work on ourselves. So that's why I got my website, brucepoppy.com. I'm helping people to unleash excellence in their life. We all have excellence. We're all children of God. He doesn't make any mistakes. We have the excellence. It's already in us. Everything that we need is already inside of us. Scott said it earlier. But it's been buried under all the bullshit. All the masks, that we wear, the roles that we play, the stories we tell ourselves. And then the thinking, we got to change our thinking. So you got to burn the mask is the first pillar of unleashing excellence. The second pillar is the unlearn to unleash. We got to change our thinking. And then the third pillar is forge. Those first two things are information gathering for yourself. Forge is where you put that stuff into action. You do small, tiny reps, small little things that will make you believe, develop self-trust that the beliefs and your identity are true. You got to do just tiny little things. It takes a couple minutes, and then you build self-trust, and it starts, it started at the bottom, and now we're here. So that's what we need to do, and that's where my focus has been, and how I'm trying to help people move into the next phase of where this is going.
Yeah, I like what you said earlier, Lewis, about we're pretty much being forged right now, and those that are willing to be forged and move past this area, kind of like when I went through SEAL training and so forth, I got forged to be able to become a SEAL, and then when I was in combat zones, I got forged into how to be able to maneuver and stay alive in combat zones. So I feel like all of us pretty much are in a combat zone right now. So we're all being forged. And on the other side of this is, that beautiful golden age that we're all looking forward to. But we have to collapse this system. And the only way we collapse this system is to bring light to it. And it doesn't do that on its own. And we can't be in a cult and expect Donald Trump to do it all for us. We, the people, have to get involved. So we've all talked about this for a long time. I do see more and more people getting involved and taking action. The way you take action is like, I'm looking at my YouTube channel right now, which is, we're live over there, and it's like, over 2,000 people are watching and making comments like crazy. The comments are like just blowing up. That's how we defeat them. We get together and we start to share this information, and we converse about it, and we can bring the light to it and destroy it. The darkness cannot survive with the light. We just talked about that. So unless we get involved, we will get what we get because we allow it. And that's been the way that the deep state has been slowly squeezing us, slowly dumbing us down. And we have to just like pop out of that and just get moving again.
Said, and real quick, so physically darkness doesn't even exist. It was a word that had to be made up just because there was a lack of light. And I think that's very important to know that you touched on that. Hey, Scott, what do you have to say?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was thinking of the same point a little bit earlier, and now it's kind of that vibration. Now here you are asking this question. So I had my answer was already loaded from earlier in the show. But here's the thing. I've been trying to, get this message across to my audience for, since we've been on the air, is that, and all these people that are watching this, and I'm gonna tell you a truth that is irrefutable with all of us. Damn well you were born to be more than who you are right now, and in your own soul, you tell nobody, but you feel that ache. I know that I was born to be more than what I am right now, or do more than what you've done at this point in your life. You know it. You wrestle with it. It pisses you off because you see other people in this matrix world and have accomplished things, good things, and you're like, damn, I want to be like that. And I know I can. But when to go there, you have to get out of your comfort zone. And what most people don't understand is, I don't care how good your life is, if you're extremely successful, and if you just sit there, right there in that place, you never grow again. That is your ceiling. If you do nothing different, because that's what we want. We seek out comfort. Now, if I look at, let's say Mike's track in life, and he's he's on a battlefield, right, in combat and all this stuff, I'd be thinking to myself, but there's a certain point in time where Mike's calm and he's peaceful. It's his comfort zone. You say, how can that be a comfort zone? Because he kept busting through these challenging situations. You have a divorce. You lose your house. You lose a job. All that stuff is so distressing to the human species or human being that you go into fear mode, all these kind of things. But you can't sit there because you got to live and survive. So what do? You go sit in front of an interview, you go knock on doors, you look for a job, you do things to try to start filling in the gap of these holes that's been created in your life. And what do you do? What do you learn every time? 99.9% of what you worry about or have fear of never happens. It never happens. And you waste all your energy worrying about things, but you're forced to go into action. And what do? You find a new job. You find another house, you find another soulmate, whatever. That is what allows you to become who you were born to be. So many of you, when these really tough times come to get us the other side, I'm telling you, stand up, take a leadership role. Things happen in your communities, step up, call some people, something you've never done before. Hey, we need to help these people over here. It's getting scary. Whatever you can think of, do something. Because when you come out on the other side of it, who you are then, you're going to be so happy, because you're going to say to yourself, man, I didn't think I could ever do that. I didn't think I could be this. I didn't think, you know what I mean? And that's the one thing that if you can understand that you will end up in a tumultuous situation, you will grow to a level of comfort because you grew, right? And then there's another level of discomfort that will happen, and it could be a little scary, whatever. But remember this: you are born in the image and likeness of your creator. Christ said these things you will do, and even greater than I. That's the capacity we have. You start discovering that, you have less fear of change. You have less fear that your comfort zone just disintegrated, and now you got to do things you've never done. But once you do them, guess what? A whole new comfort zone, and you're at peace. And eventually you get to a point where no matter what level of chaos keeps coming, you now blend into this psychology and this spirit of peace, because I can handle this. Oh, this, and I'll finish with this. And this is what I lived through, and it's what got me through. I had this catastrophic, many people know, had this catastrophic gravedigger crash, left me paralyzed and destroyed beyond repair, and in bed for months and months and months and all these things. And even though luckily I understood the Christ consciousness and I set out to prove it. Luckily for me, it was with me and I did. But when I was in that horrible situation, I knew and said to myself, this was supposed to happen to me. And when you're in that you're in this wrecked hall that a prison you're never going to get out of. Everything's gone, your life, everything you own, business, everything. And you can't do anything. I said to myself, this was supposed to happen to me. This is what's going to basically force me to unleash myself and do and become things that I knew I could do, but probably was afraid to do it, or didn't, the comfort zone, you want to hang on to it. So just know that you have the capacity and be prepared through this to become who you were born to be, because it's your opportunity to say yes or no. If it comes, you have a choice. I'm going to do this, or you can sit back and basically be in the same vibration, what allowed them to capture the whole planet and keep us in this beating pattern.
Good. And I'll just finish with this, folks. There's no problems. There's challenges, and we need to reframe our language, because if you reframe something from a problem to challenge, suddenly that challenge has a solution. So reframing our language is very, very, very important. There is no failures. There's just lessons. And we grow from these lessons through life, which is just phenomenal. And I'm so excited about the future. And I feel that there's one major thing that needs to be done aside from connecting yourself to God. That's number one, I believe, because I think we're going to be ushered through this together. But what I've seen lacking, and now I think is coming back, and I've been screaming at the top of my lungs for 5 years on this, is community. I think we need to form community. And the deep state apparatus that's involved has intentionally brought us away from this. And I talked about this before. I used to own a construction company that redid the outside of homes, for nice kitchens and patios and so on and so forth, barbecues on the outside of homes. And what I've noticed is we were constantly rebuilding the outside in the backyard, which brought less community, isolated us even more, and we're not vacationing. They called it staycations. And what I started to recommend to people is, I said, do you remember the good old days where people would sit out on the porch and somebody would walk by and they would say hi and they would connect with them? And I would convince people to start building something on the front that would give them some time to say hi to their neighbors when we passed by. And we had several success stories. One I remember really good. This couple, the man and the woman, lost their daughter. And in fact, the woman, as we've heard in cases of loss like this, became a hoarder, right? So there was no peace inside of the house for this guy to go. And him and the wife wanted to build this sanctuary in the backyard. And I said, you want to build that sanctuary? She goes, yes, blah, blah, blah. And I go, what's the big deal about it? And you explained it to him. And then the more questions I asked, he felt like he was isolated. He wasn't part of community anymore. And I said, why don't I, for cost, I will build you also a sanctuary in the front yard where you can hang out, because he'd love to read, and you can talk to your neighbors. the response I got from him, the calls I got from him afterwards, it was life changing because he was reconnecting with the people. We need to make a conscious effort to be community. And that may just say hi to everybody when you go into a store. Whatever it is. I say to people, wear your favorite shirt with your favorite message. You'd be surprised how many people will comment. But just don't say thank you, then engage them. Because the way we're going to get through this is with our collective consciousness all pushing us in the same direction, in my opinion. And that's through community. And I'm so blessed to be on this tour where people are just coming up to the bus and we're connecting with all types. You know, there was 4 major liberals that I was connecting with that happened to be traveling from England yesterday. And that's fantastic. And I brought them from a place where they hate Trump to don't you think that conversation amongst everybody is most important, where they agreed with me and they actually retreated and said, you know what, we should have better conversations with people like this. So this is amazing. Our opportunity here to make a difference, I think, is here now. I'm so excited. And I really think that we, the people, are the plan. And we're waking up in a way that we together in community will take our country back. So that's all I have to say, guys. At that, I appreciate you. God bless you. Hey, if you'd like to support my campaign, go to hermsforcali.com. You can volunteer, donate. I would recommend everybody get onto our Facebook page, especially if you want to meet up, because we're going to be constantly updating. Hey, we're here in a half hour. We're here in 45 minutes, an hour. You'll know where we are in California. Just come out and say hi. Get a big hug. We have T-shirts, hats, and so on and so forth, whatever you want to wear. Half the time I give them away. I know I shouldn't, but that is just the way it is. So God bless everybody. Thank you, Scott McKay, Michael Jacob, Bruce Poppy. I'm honored to be with you here this morning, the day before Easter. Take care, guys.
That's one of those moments right now. So you know how I'm always way ahead of the program, what everybody's going to be putting out. That's why I know you guys like to follow me, because I'm way ahead of the curve. Now I've been watching this, lockdown coming. Now it took me a little bit to see through the subterfuge and but it didn't take too long, right? So I was way ahead of the curve and started putting out very early on. I basically knowingly risked my channel over, and it got taken down over and over again to get this information, out to people to help save lives and keep people focused. All right, so we're in that again. We're in that moment again, right? So I believe there's going to be a global or worse, right? I think we're already seeing bank assets being frozen. That's already beginning, right? And I'm going to talk about each of these subjects in a little bit more detail. But this is one of those moments. But you're going to be way ahead of the ball game, guys. So you're going to be able to get out and prepare and get what you need before the shot hits the fan, right? And that's what I did before the last one. Gave everybody heads up and showed everybody, hydroxychloroquine, how to make your own. We just made a little hydroxychloroquine the other day where we took grapefruit peels and boiled them, and it's a free little boost for your immune system, right? So I think we all need that going forward. Who knows what they're dropping some of the skies and putting in our foods and so forth. I think they're really turning up the heat again, right? So President Trump was ahead of that ball game too. Operation Warp Speed, which basically he was not supposed to be president. Hillary Clinton was supposed to be president, and the world would be a catastrophe right now. Now, I believe that President Trump did the same thing bombing the hell out of Iran, right? But as we know, they came in and sabotaged him. They sabotaged a lot of us that were releasing this information. They sabotaged once Trump was out, they came in and really hammered down. But because he did Operation Warp Speed, he was able to, nullify a lot of the things that they were going to do. And if he hadn't been there, if he hadn't done that, that would have caused much worse catastrophe because it would have slowly ground us up, right? So by him, pushing it, they made mistakes, and that's what you do in special forces. You push the enemy, you hijack them, you sabotage them, all the different ways that you can do to stop their progress and move forward. That's what we're doing in Iran. So I think Iran, if he hadn't done what he did, would have been much, much worse, much, much worse. So I believe they were quietly and methodically, and probably this is all part of a plan, come in and shut down the Straits of Hormuz and cause this worldwide glut and catastrophe that's happening. It's a tsunami that's coming, guys, and I'm telling you it's coming. Now, some of you are going to be at the shoreline saying, "I don't see it," and you're going to get destroyed. All right. So if you don't take action now, you're going to get hammered. Right. Now, of course, things could change. President Trump could end the Iran war, which they're doing everything they can right now. They're sabotaging the peace talks, and we're going to talk about that as well. Now, Juan O'Savin was on last night, and he talked about that. He said that the Pakistani that was doing, and they still haven't in the news, they still haven't talked about it. They're still talking. I watch all kinds of different and look at all kinds of different stuff. And I was going to do this show an hour ago. There's so much stuff coming out right now. Do you guys know that Tulsi Gabbard is gone? Right? She's gone. All right. So that's might be breaking news for a lot of you, but because it's not on the regular news yet, but she's gone. All right. So it's already a done deal. Same with Pam Bondi. So there's a lot of these people that are not going along with, what we need to do. Pete Hegseth, Department of War, basically fired the top general of the Army. So things are moving. Of course, they're going to try and sabotage that in the mainstream press. That's basically, Operation Mockingbird. But it's coming. It's a bigger war in the Middle East is coming because they're pushing it. They're pushing it. The ground operations, like I predicted, are moving in that direction. The stock market is going to get slammed next week. Oil is going to continue to go up, and that always causes, further out, it causes a massive economic downturn, right? So this is all planned by them. But again, this would have happened if it would have been allowed to happen in their own timing. It would have been much, much worse, but it is going to be very catastrophic regardless. Now, Juan and myself, I've talked about in other shows. I was at an event. Another event's coming. This other event that's coming, guys, it may be too late. All right. They're trying to be ahead of something that's coming, but it may be too late because the tsunami is coming, right? You can broadcast and get everybody the warnings that they need to prepare to go to higher ground, for a tsunami, of course. But higher ground would be to start to get your money, right, secured already, being gold and silver, on and on and on. But, we could even see silver and gold go down even more before it takes off on a massive spike. That will be the greatest spike in the history of silver and gold, right? So those are all other conversations, but the real conversation that needs to happen right now is what's going on. First of all, Donald J. Trump said Vice President J.D. Vance is now in charge of fraud. Fraud is very, very close to destroying and collapsing our country, guys. And this is also a planned, destruction. And they've been stealing from us and stealing from us, and now we're at the point where it's tipped and tsunami. The blast in the ocean has already happened. Everybody's aware of it. Well, not everybody. Some of you may be listening to about this first time. You're like, what? So get ready. All right. So he goes, President Trump, and this is in Truth Social. He says it is massive and pervasive, and the job he will be doing in conjunction with many great people within the Trump administration will be a major factor in how great the future of our country will be. All right. So, of course, he's going to, say this in a very positive way, just like with, Operation, I will call it Operation Warp Speed. So it was an operation. It was a military operation to get that out as fast as possible. So we're in another operation, guys. Of course, it's happening in Iran, but it was also going to cause shocks throughout the system. Now, we know that we've already seen fraud being exposed, and that led to Iran, and now it's going to double down here in the States and around the world. So President Trump goes on, this is today. This was released early in the morning. You know how President Trump is hot on the keys, very early in the morning. So it was released, I think, at 05:05 today, the 3rd, Good Friday. So it's already got lots of views, lots of retruths. So he says, we will, he says, J.D. Vance will play a major factor. He will be called the fraud czar, and his focus will be everywhere, but primarily in those blue states. I've been saying this for years. I said, we got to get, this is a problem. I can tell people where the issues are and where the problems are, but if there's pushback, they stopped me from being broadcast in Australia, because the Australians were all over what I was talking about, and they stopped my broadcast, YouTube broadcast, into Australia. And I said, that's odd. I remember thinking that was odd at the time. I was like, well, hopefully somebody's doing a workaround. They're getting this information. But we saw how hard they locked down Australia. And I started to see a pattern. Whatever they get away with in Australia, they're going to push it into America. So they test it in Australia. It's a test ground because it's a captured operation in Australia. Unfortunately, the people have been captured, right? And they don't have hardly any say. Of course, there's a lot of people that are pushing back on them, but it's not enough, right? So whatever they get away with in Australia, and they're already starting to get away with this in Australia, guys, they're gonna push it to America and the rest of the world, and it's happening. It's already. So I can just look. Over the years, I'm just looking because I saw it happen to me. They restricted me from putting out information. Who knows? Maybe this video will be restricted in Australia, right? So, and if that's the case, I'll let you know, because then that'll double down on what I'm talking about, and as massive truth. All right. Now, I feel that we have reached a level where we're able to release this information. Because I think a lot of these corrupt places, we know the X has been, of course, it's, they still restrict us. Usually I get at least 100 more subscribers on X, and then I would put something out that's really revealing. It stops, right? So we know there's still controls out there, but at least we're able to get the information out, right? So crooked Democrat politicians like those in California is going to have massive oil shocks, just like what's already starting to happen in Australia. Australia at one time produced 70% of their fuel, and then the green idiots came in and took it all away. So they're relying on, which was the plan, they're relying on not the Middle East. I think the Far East to give them their fuel. Now the Far East is starting to lock up their stuff. So Australia is already starting to suffer. California will suffer because they did the green you stupidness in California on a massive scale. They started shutting down refineries and driving them out, not necessarily coming in and saying, we're going to shut you down. It's just like raise the taxes, made it restrictive to the point where refiners are like, we're out. Now, Trump just recently, within the last couple of weeks, reopened the pipelines from the oil wells off the coast so that they could start to push in more oil. So that's a process that takes time. Of course, environmentalists or having their hissy fit, they're part of this problem. They were inserted to be part of this problem. The environmentalists, right? Because it makes absolutely no sense. Now, the Environmental Protection Agency, fortunately, Trump put a really good person in there, and they're turning back a lot of the silliness and stupidity that comes from these pie in the sky, believe, this like, oh, we can all have green energy and so forth. It was a lie. You should know this at this point. And, the earth heating up to the point where, that was a lie. All right. Because we're seeing it. You still see snow on my balcony. There shouldn't be any snow, according to who was the guy that ran, who was vice president, ran for President Al Gore. Right, that inconvenient truth. It was an inconvenient lie. Right, he was just at the World Economic Forum, I think 2 years ago, still pushing that lie, still pushing the lie. It's like we don't believe that anymore. We know that's not true. So F off, So California, Illinois, Minnesota, Somalia, beware, in parentheses, Maine, New York, and many others have had a free-for-all in the unprecedented theft of taxpayer money. Now, I see people posting all the time on X that Ilhan Omar should be deported. Come on. She needs to be tried and thrown in prison. And then once she's done her time, and if we can't find the money that she's stolen, she should stay in prison for longer. All right. Don't send her back to Somalia. That's like, okay, we know you stole billions of dollars from us. Just go away. That's idiocy, guys. Stop supporting people that say, because I think it's on purpose, to deport her. All right. She needs to be tried. If you do a crime, and God, that's treasonous. Should be maybe she goes bye-bye. All right. So stop saying you think that I see it from top level people on X and everything. They have millions of subscribers, and they push that. And I come in and say, no, she should be tried first. All right. Prosecuted, stand her jail time or whatever happens. And then if she survives that, right, however long it is, then, take away her U.S. passport and deport her to Somaliland, right? And whatever. So many other states, all right, the Democrat states, all up and down the left coast, all right, Oregon, Washington, all problems, have had a free-for-all in the unprecedented theft of taxpayer money. The numbers are so large that if successful and turn around this fraud, we would literally be able to balance our American budget, which I think last I saw 37 trillion. All right. I was saying for a long time that it's $1 trillion in fraud in California. And I had somebody on the other day, and I'm going to have another guest on that's going to talk about, oh, no. It's 3 trillion. So, boy, that jumped up because no one was talking trillion. I was talking trillion early on, and now we're looking at 3 trillion. Holy moly. Yeah, so if we can turn around that and we're not going to turn that around. These people have stolen this money for the most part. So anyway, Raids have already started in LA. Good luck, JD. Right. Now, this conference that we're going to have in the Ahern in Las Vegas, Juan and I talked about it last night. I'm still waiting for the link so people can sign up for it. So it's the 15th to the 17th of June. I hope that we haven't been locked down by then, right, here in America. But I think we could be. So we're going to have to be very flexible, right? So one of Trump, Juan O'Savin's top guys, his head of his movement and stuff around and so forth. I'm not going to give his name, but he said, "Sir," because he's former Marine and, of course, Vice President Vance is former Marine. So he says, "Sir, would be honored for Vice President Vance to attend. Join remotely or record a message for us. Semper Fidelis." Right. So this is the Fraud Summit, Fraud Fighter Summit, uniting the front lines against fraud. So the Ahern Hotel in Las Vegas, I've already lined up my room. All right. It's supposed to be 500 tickets. I think there will be 300 and something you talked about on the show last night. Meals going to be included. And the meals there at the Ahern are outstanding. Right. So it's going to be very good. So 3 days. Wow. And I was just there. We just did a 1 day, and the reveals were just stunning for me. And I'm gonna have a lot of those people that were there on my show. One of them is Mitch Vexler. So he's coming on. He is basically, Juan asked him while he was, because he's in Texas, fighting fraud for people that are paying property taxes. All right, property taxes. I have people that have been, telling me there's places in Texas where property taxes are up over the last several years, 300%. 300%. How is that possible? That's bullshit, right? So in another place like in Colorado over the last year is up 40%. Wow. Why? Because the fraud Ponzi scheme is accelerating to basically exploding, right? And you should not be paying property taxes. You should not be paying income taxes. And who knows, maybe there's going to be a jubilee, and maybe that jubilee, like Ron was talking about, could be coming during the prayer service. I think it's May 16th or something like that, where President Trump is doing a prayer service across America. Of course, you can pray wherever during that time frame, but it is coming. So let's dive in a little bit deeper. Tulsi Gabbard. Now, this is several days ago. Actually, it says Friday, April 3rd. So Tulsi Gabbard on thin ice as Donald Trump poised for third firing within days. All right. So the word I'm getting, she's already been fired. Gabbard has allegedly attracted Trump's displeasure after failing to condemn former counterterrorism chief Joe Kent after he dramatically resigned from his position last month and criticized the administration's decision to take the U.S. to war with Iran, claiming that Trump is fighting Israel's war and that Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the U.S. Now, I'm going to basically call this guy an ass clown, right? From my military experience. Of course, he's a military guy, but he's an ass clown, right? And he's absolutely, there's no question in my mind, he's puppeted. He's been puppeted to do this, to sabotage, right? So I don't know what happens to him in the future, but I think it's going to be quite severe. And then Tulsi Gabbard pretty much kind of went along with it. Remember, Tulsi Gabbard's former Democrat, right? But she got on the Trump train, and he pushed her to very high level. And we pushed her to a very high level because we pushed Trump to a high level. And then Trump would ask, what do you think about this person? And I shut down at least one that I know, but everybody out, or maybe two. And it wasn't just me, everybody. A lot of people are like, no, absolutely not that person. No. And then Tulsi's like, everybody's like, yay. So, we, the people, got a voice. Trump gave us a voice, and we chose Tulsi Gabbard. And Tulsi Gabbard has failed us, right? So she's gone, right? So let's see what he was one of those guys that was really on the cutting edge. They kept taking him down, of course, like all of us, but he was really, really on the cutting edge. Lots of respect for him, right? So let's look at what he had to say about this.
At Dulles Airport, this is a hell of a day in Washington. We've just had word that Tulsi Gabbard is out at ODNI. This is the server, we think, the server not telling Trump about the coup server, potentially also an assassination server for Charlie Kirk, potentially also an assassination server for him. So this is taking on huge significance, but Tulsi should have told Trump. And so she's out. We also have Miller's Crossing here. We have two Millers in this story that did the programming to tap the phones and all the electronic communications and social media of 5 senators, 12 totally targeted in this Arctic Circle 2024, I guess 2025 is the best way to say it, and 5 illegal wiretaps on U.S. senators with no FISA, no nothing. Of course, Josh Hawley is one of them. 2 of the Blackburn and the other senator from Tennessee is one of them. Tuberville from Alabama is another one. And then there's a 5th senator. So not telling the senators, using Charlie Kirk as leverage against these 5 senators to try to get them in an obstruction justice charge along with the president. So this is a huge story. It's not totally above the waterline yet, but people are now starting to see some of the detritus bobble up, like the ouster of Tulsi Gabbard here at ODNI. And remember, there's 2 arrests here at this, of course, was where another server that went missing, right, with Imran Awan, and Imran Awan got arrested here at Dulles Airport. One of the Millers of the Miller's Crossing, the dark fiber crossing, dark fiber, right, the dark fiber crossing where all the wiretaps are. One of the Millers is arrested right here at Dulles Airport as well. The story hasn't bubbled up yet, but it's going to be soon, either tomorrow or maybe next week.
So lots of stuff, guys. Like I said, I was going to do this show over an hour ago, and it was just like boom, 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 more stuff coming. I gotta talk about this, gotta talk about that. And then I was like, okay, I'm just going to get out and just talk about this, and more comes up. And if I get time, I'll get out and put some more information out. So, normally I do these shows in the evening, just let the information bubble up like George Webb was talking about. And then I put it out there, and some of it, I just let it sit for a little bit and then let it stew and see how it's going to taste for everybody. And maybe I'll get some more salt on it. And then I'll serve it up. So last night, while I was talking to Juan, I talked to him kind of late. I think it was around 10 o'clock his time. And it was, 7 time frame. So we started around 9 his time and into over 7:30, Pacific. So that's 10:30 for his time. So, Juan comes out, and then he was going to do a show with me at 1, and then stuff bubbled up on his end. And he had to push to 6. All right. So stuff is happening a lot. Yeah. So now I get info from a lot of different sources. So he said last night on the show live that the Pakistani that was doing the negotiating and trying to get us into a peace agreement Israel blew him up. Israel blowed him up. And Juan revealed that last night. All right. So not long after that, I had other people that basically brought in a little bit confirming information. So I'm going to read this to you. Iran predicts U.S. ground invasion after Israel strikes key negotiator. Israel continues killing peace negotiators to force continuation of the war. Now, remember, there are obviously evil people. The Balfour Agreement by the Rothschilds and the British city-state, what is that city-state? The bankers of the UK, whatever, City of London. So the City of London basically put that forward that they were going to go into Palestine and basically, take over, and that's what they've done. So the baddies are there. Now, of course, the baddies are here in America, but we have been able to overcome them, and we're getting to the place where we're using the best that we can. Imagine you have somebody, which the Israelis have done a lot of to America, and a lot of people still think that that is the case. I do not believe that's the case. I believe that we're feeding them. So Joe Kent was one of their puppets, right? And we've had some other people that were probably on the path of disclosing against Israel, and they ended up being a problem. So that's what we're seeing right now. So I have my phone going off. So let me shut it down. More stuff trying to come through. All right. So, yeah, I agree with you, Hermano. Kent was a very sneaky mofo, and that's a good moniker for him. He's a mofo, right? And so we don't like mofos. All right. Kent, you're a bad man. And of course, we went on to Tucker got an audience too. Wow. Okay. So, reveals are happening across the board, just one after another. I've talked about a couple of them already, so I'm just not going to keep naming names over and over again. So this came out also today, earlier on the Epoch Times. So the Epoch Times is behind the power curve. They're putting out information that we were putting out last night, but they're still on the same sheet of music of the information. So that's why you have to listen to people like myself that have this information, that are putting it out so you can be ahead of the ball game, make your decisions, and start to move. Right. So let me read out what the Epoch Times says. And I'll just share the screen with you. Trump's Iran ultimatum nears deadline. With no breakthrough in talks, the talks are dead now, guys. Literally and figuratively dead, right? As escalation looms. U.S. President Donald Trump's ultimatum for Iran to agree to a peace deal is set to expire on April 6th, 3 days. And with talks appearing to show no meaningful progress, the risk of a sharp escalation of the war looms large, right? So there will be boots on the ground, like I've been saying. Now, senior Israeli officials told Epoch Times magazine Israel on April 3rd. I guess even Israel still keeping the lie going, or maybe they just don't know either, guys. I was in the CIA, and I knew what the manipulations were long before everybody else. That's how I'm able to eyeball this stuff long before everybody else, because I would see this stuff starting to happen, and I saw this for year after year after year after year. So I got good at spotting it, right? Before it happened. Of course, I was involved in some of it, so I saw people talking about it. So I was like, oh shit, that's gonna suck. Good thing it's over here in the Middle East. It's not gonna affect us in the United States, but Just like I talked about, pointing out that Australia, what happens in Australia comes to America and the rest of the world. And I spent a lot of time in Australia. I know Australians, great people, and they are being savaged by the deep state. Savaged, all right? And that savagery is coming for the rest of us soon. All right, so it goes on to talk about how talks between Washington and Tehran are being conducted indirectly through Pakistan's army chief, who is blowed up. But he's, according to Juan, that he's bye-bye, right? So I don't know. They're not saying it here, so who knows? But his Juan was saying that definitely his wife is gone. So of course Juan is, like a lot of us, cutting edge, way before it happened, before the press is going to release it. So Trump shared footage of a strike on one of the Iran's military supply routes, a big bridge. They did that Iran uses to move around ballistic missiles and drones, and keep their capabilities up. So I guess they blew the bridge up. And so the escalation could come, because he's saying he's going to go after the power structure. And then, of course, we have a lot of the knuckleheads out there. And some of them have been in war. And some of them are armchair quarterbacks, speaking about the war, and they have no idea what war is like. They have never been in war. But they are the experts. I've been in war for pretty much most of my 35-year career, right? In combat zones. And when you're in a combat zone, you're pretty much in combat, right? So kind of like what America's turning out to be, right? Pretty soon, I think. So we're seeing a lot of these people, step up and give out false information. I am. And saying that, Trump is a bad man if he's going to take out their electricity. Now, in Ukraine, Russia is doing a very good job of taking out Ukraine's electrical structure. What is electrical structure used for? It's used to move supplies, to make supplies that are used in war, right? So if Iran is going to continue the war against us and our allies in the Middle East, then we have to take away, unfortunately, for the people. People suffer. Excuse me. People always suffer. Sometimes the most. Although I've seen videos of massive crowds of people at basically funerals for the IRGC. So it's like 1,900, the last count of IRGC. And I saw massive crowds for funerals, massive. It looked to me like there was tens of thousands of people. That's not a good sign. So who are they supporting? They're supporting the people that are going to continue this war. All right. Now, for me, I have been in the Middle East for decades. And I can tell you that the Middle Easterners, through their religious practice, have their emotional intelligence kept extremely low. So they get very emotional, and from those crazy emotions, they become very violent, right? Against everybody else, even other Muslims, because the Muslims fight each other all the time too, right? But the enemy of my enemy, so Muslims fight each other. So the enemy of my enemy is my enemy. They're fighting my enemy. So they're all going to combine, like we saw in Iraq, or I saw in Iraq, Civil War type stuff. Now, they're not going to Civil War each other. They're going to Civil War us. They're going to completely combine and go against us, right? And that's what we're seeing. Yemen is starting to strike out. But again, it's the Yemenis that are in power. It's not all of the Yemenis, because I've been around all of the Yemenis, and many of them are like us, very conservative, free thinkers, good emotional intelligence. All right, they don't get riled up easily. So it's going to be crazy for them. Now, let's go into, Trump is saying that the war is almost over. I think he's talking about the negotiations are reaching a level where it's almost over. The negotiators and negotiations are dead, right? So their capabilities are really going to start to be utilized. I think they're being supplied by Russia, because we supplied Ukraine against Russia. All right. So don't beat up on Russia. Russia, unfortunately, has been beat up by the United States and Europe forever. All right. So they're good people. The people of Russia are good. But just like anyone else, they're going to protect themselves. So they're going to, just like we did in Afghanistan, we pushed Russia into a long war. And we supplied through Osama bin Laden, who was the CIA puppet boy. And then the CIA came in when he was no longer useful. So that's the way Luciferians are. And the CIA is absolutely Luciferian. All right. I know, because I worked there, and they came after me as well. Right. So I was useful to them. And then when I was no longer useful to them, it didn't work out. But they did destroy my life for a period of time. All right. So let's look at their capabilities.
As reported footage of an Iranian ballistic missile just missing a bunker housing American troops in the Gulf region. This video is absolutely terrifying, especially if you were one of the guys there. So this is the missile coming in.
All right. See how fast that came in. That's super hypersonic. And it just missed this bunker. It hit this bunker, so we would have a big casualty number right now. I don't know if this was like, see what we can do type thing, or if they just missed, or it got deflected, or what happened here, or they didn't have the right coordinates. But this is pretty significant.
And it hits right.
All right, so you see this guy, looks like he's in his shorts, but he's got his helmet. It could have been, siren went out. It was one of those missiles that, they were ineffective in bringing down. Those Patriot missile batteries are not so good, guys. $2 million a pop every time one of those missiles goes out. And they're not always hitting their targets, because these are hypersonic missiles. And the Patriot is regular speed, right? So these hypersonic missiles are blasting past the Patriot missile batteries, and they're getting in. So they don't have a lot of them, or at least we don't know that yet. And we hear that a lot of these missiles and their launchers and so forth are being taken out. But their capability is not decreasing, like we've been told. It seems to be advancing in some areas.
Right next to the bunker.
Are y'all good? Everybody's good. Everybody over here is good.
So it just barely misses them. And watch how fast it comes in at the end. So it's right there, and then boom.
Are y'all good?
So I was about to say that guy's in shorts. They might have got called out, and they're in their bunks, and they're like, get to the bunkers, right? And they're, they have barracks and so forth. They're in their bunks in their barracks, and they get siren goes off, and they throw in some body armor, run. As they're running, they're throwing on their body armor and their helmets, and they're in shorts, right? So that's probably what you're seeing there, because it looks like it's at night. So imagine, because this happened to me quite a bit in the Middle East. Imagine waking up at 0 dark 30 and mortars are going off around you, right? And you're in a trailer, right? Where if it comes close to you, it hits close to your trailer, then that shrapnel is going to come, that hot shrapnel is going to come through and zip through your flesh, right? So not fun. But as you saw with that missile, I don't know how cordoned those bunkers are, but if it came in where that entrance was right there.
Everybody over here is good.
Let's go one more time. Let's slow it down. We'll go slow motion.
Okay, guys. So these guys still have the ability to reach out and cause damage. And they've been causing a lot of damage, destroying a lot of infrastructure throughout the Middle East, right? Oil facilities, on and on and on. Water distillation plants, they've hit some of those in the Middle East as well. We have not hit their electrical facilities or their water distillation plants. And I've heard from a lot of people, it's like, that would be so, so wrong if we did that to them, right? Well, hello, they're doing it to everybody else. And there's a war over there. And it's getting close, guys. It's getting close, like I'm talking about, where the food's not coming in, the water's not coming in, the water's not being made, and people are going to get violent, right? A lot more violent, a lot faster, because again, the Middle Easterners have very low emotional IQ. So you'll, as I've seen many times, when just something basic goes bad, they get cray-cray, right? So we're seeing worst case scenario right there. They're right on the cliff, guys. So things could go really bad, really fast. So things aren't, so we had air superiority at one point, but now we don't, right? Because F-15 or something like it got shut down. So US F-15E shot down in Iran. So US fighter jet has allegedly been shot down over Iran, with Axios reporting a search and rescue operation underway for the crew. So they're shot down behind enemy lines, and they got a rescue crew. I don't know, maybe some Delta or SEAL Team 6 guys, or I don't know. I don't think they would put those guys in that position, but maybe Air Force Rescue Crew. I don't know. This incident marks the first confirmed loss of a U.S. manned fighter jet to Iranian fire since the start of Operation Epic Fury in late February. So things seem to be escalating. An ejection seat reportedly belonging to an F-15E has been located near the crash site in western or southwestern Iran, raising concerns over crew survival. So if the Iranians got to them, they're gonna publicize this. They're gonna puppet those guys around. So that's one of the reasons why hopefully they got a rescue team. So who knows? Maybe if those guys are now hostages, then you would see Delta or SEAL Team 6 move in to rescue them, because that's what they're trained for. U.S. fighter jet lies down over Iranian territory, its crew unaccounted for, as American rescue forces press into hostile airspace. All right, so here it is. Spokesman of Iran's Ketam, blah, 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 headquarters. A second U.S. fifth generation F-35 was struck and down. So they're calling it F-35. So fifth gen. So if that's the case, that's even a more worst case scenario, because these are the most high tech, these defensive air defense systems, right? Given the massive explosion on impact and during the crash, the pilot is unlikely to have ejected. All right, so that's what they're saying. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But again, things are not decelerating, they're accelerating, and it's not looking good, right? Yes, prayers for our freedom fighters. Absolutely. All right, so Trump's force ready to land in Iran, and what regime has in store for them. All right. Now, I keep seeing a lot of people talk about this. I don't see this going down. This would not make sense to me. If we went and did the Karg Island, seized Karg Island, it's the guys that went in there to seize that, they'd be sitting ducks, right? So I don't see it happening, and it's really far up the coastline of Iran from the Straits of Hormuz. I don't see it happen. But everybody wants to talk about it. How Karg Island is Iran's lifeline. Well, down here where the Straits of Hormuz are, and so pretty much the U.S. Navy controls that, right? So Iran's not going to, unless we let them, I guess President Trump let them, push some ships through there to reduce the global oil supply shortage. So I don't see it happening. I could be wrong because I'm not on the ground. I'm not, figuring this out. They're not asking me, but who knows, maybe somebody's watching and they're like, well, what does Mike think? And I think no go, right? Do not send people that are going to be casualties to seize Karg Island. You control it already, so there's no need to send anybody there to seize it. It's just I don't know, something for the news, all right? A news event that's the only thing it would be, but it would be very, very sketch for the people that are there on the ground. I wouldn't send them in to do that. All right, so Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth forces out Army's top officer. In addition to Army Chief of Staff General Randy George, maybe that's why he's a Randy guy and he's Randy George. I don't know. Maybe that's quite a name there. Hegseth fired 2 other Army generals Thursday, according to 3 U.S. officials familiar with the action. So why are these people being replaced? There's only one reason. They're deep staters. There's still a clean out of deep staters, right? It will be an ongoing process, right? And it could be they're resistant to taking this to the new level that I believe it might have to be taken to. All right. So if we don't, free up and control the Strait of Hormuz, which is coming at some point in the future, if we weren't to do that, then Iran would probably seize control of it, and they would decide who came through, and whoever came through, they'd basically make them pay. All right. This is why the Trojan War happened. All right. So same kind of area. All right. Not completely, but same situation. The Greeks and the Trojans, because the Trojans were like saying you're going to have to pay if you want to go by the Strait of Dardanelles, whatever that area is. And the Greeks came in and said, we ain't doing it, and we're going to take control. And they did, right? So that's what we're seeing again. We're seeing that once again, that type of situation. Now, I'm saying that the banks are going to implode. Going to implode, right? Fraudsterish stuff going on, and same kind of craziness that happened 2008, 2009, financial crash back then. No one was held accountable, right? So you have criminals that are, doing fraud in the banking industry, and the whole world economy in 2008 almost seized up. And those of us that are pointing out this fraud now are saying that the situation is much, much more dire than that time frame. So they injected a lot of liquidity into the markets. That was when Bear Stearns went under, and all the banks were like staring at going under as well. So the Federal Reserve came in, pumped the money out. Helicopters went flying all over the place over banks, and they just kicked out bags of money, right? Helicopter, salvation from above. And that's pretty much, they injected the system with lots of cash, and they extended. They didn't fix, they extended what the pain is that's going to come, right? So it is coming. The crash and the seizure of of that system to a great extent is coming. And I think that's it's pretty close, right? Let's see. I'm going to share this. Is that the one that I want to share? Yeah. So let me share this one. And it will give us a better insight of what's coming. Yes, this is what I want to share. All right. So let's listen to Lena Petrova. And she talks about the U.S. shadow banking implosion. 13 billion bank run accelerates turmoil in private credit market. Now, she posted this 5 hours ago, right? So we're going to, it's not the one to actually share. Let me go but see. So I want to show you the one first where she talked about a week ago, this implosion coming. I think this is it. Yes, good. No, it's the same one. What do I have here? Dang it. So I should have one for a week. Come on, where are you at? All right, that's the 5 hours ago. And this is the 7 days ago. Okay, good. I think I have it situated. Sorry to, try and unscrew myself while I'm in the middle of a show, but sometimes it happens. All right. That's not the one I want to share. Hopefully I get the right one this time. All right. So she talks about a week ago, $3 trillion time bomb that's coming. So you see here 7 days ago, private credit crisis has already begun, right? So she's going to talk about this for just a few seconds, and then I'm going to bring you over to where she talked about just a few hours ago or how it's already here in just 1 week. It accelerated very quickly.
Today, one of the biggest concerns is concentration. Roughly 40% of private credit loans are tied to software companies. And that might have seemed like a safe bet several years ago until artificial intelligence, that is, entered the picture. AI is rapidly disrupting the software industry, challenging business models, compressing margins, and potentially making entire categories of software obsolete. What looked like a growth sector is now becoming a source of systemic risk. That's where the problem begins to cascade, I would say. If software companies start to struggle, which they are already, they may not be able to repay their loans. Estimates suggest default rates could reach 15% and possibly higher if conditions worsen.
All right, so default rates, like you said, 15% or even higher if conditions worsen, and they will. They're going to, right? And so, like again, she was talking about this 7 days ago, All right. So this is World Affairs in Context. She's got a lot of subscribers. All right. So help her out. She does all the research on her own, and puts this out for free. So buy her a coffee. All right. So here it is. Next level. Very quickly, very rapidly. So in 7 days, it reached a level where things are already starting to go in the direction she was talking about just a week ago.
A full-blown crisis is unfolding in the private credit world, and the red flags are starting to make people very uneasy. Blue Owl Capital, one of the biggest players in the space, has decided to limit withdrawals from two of its major...
Limit withdrawals. They're stopping the bank run already, guys. It's already happening.
Funds after being hit with an unusually large wave of investors asking for their money back. And this is not a small spike by any stretch of imagination. This is the kind of surge that puts the entire industry on notice. Private credit has grown into a $1.8 trillion market, and it has become a major part of the U.S. financial system. It has become an integral part. When this bubble pops, and I am saying when because it is just a matter of time, when the bubble pops, it will ripple through the entire economy. In its largest fund, investors at Blue Owl Capital requested to withdraw about 22% of the total assets in just 3 months during the first quarter of 2026. Now, altogether in the private credit sector, investors they attempted to pull out around $13 billion during the first quarter of this year, and they actually received less than half of that amount. So the majority of them couldn't even get their money back. In its smaller tech-focused fund.
All right, so who got the wave up? I had a dream about this actually, where I was trying to get my money out of the bank, and they let me get my money out for whatever reason. But I saw that many other people were not able to get their money out. And then they're like, there was somebody going, okay, you. And then they would get their money out, and then tons of other people wouldn't get their money out. And then it was like, okay, you. And so they were being choosy who got their money, right? I don't know why they would be choosy with me, because I'm not really anybody in that system. But for whatever reason, that's to make the point, I guess, in the dream. Some people were getting their money back and some people were not. So this is